So, seeing the presence of a quorum, I am now calling to order the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee at 6:31 on November 29th, and we'll start with a roll call vote. Allison,
Allison present.
Sarah Bess,
Sarah Bess present.
Jennifer,
Jennifer present.
Irv,
Present.
Craig,
Craig present.
Margaret,
Margaret present.
and Peter,
Present.
and Ben also present. So we will start with the approval of minutes from October 25th. Did everybody have a chance to look those over for edits, etc.? Confirming head nod would work here. Good. All right. Thank you. Anybody have any edits or anything to add to it? All right. So then I'll move to approve the minutes from October 25th. Is there a second?
Jennifer second.
All right, and we'll take a roll call vote again. Allison,
Allison, yes.
Sarah Bess,
Sarah Bess, yes.
Jennifer,
Jennifer, yes.
Irv,
Yes.
Craig,
Craig, yes.
Margaret,
Margaret present.
Peter,
Aye.
and Ben, I. Passes unanimously. Then November 17th, everybody look that over. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I have one edit for Maylene on page 2, towards the end of that agenda item about the track and field project. Like the second to last paragraph says, Dunling expressed he felt the discussion on debt authorization was going out of scope. McDonald agreed and expressed the agenda item was a fundraising update. I would like the minutes to reflect that I then pointed out that the agenda item was titled Track and Field Project, that it was not specific to fundraising. You can, of course, go back to the video to see exactly what it was that I said, but I would like my comment to be added to the minutes.
All right. So then I will. Does anybody else have anything to add? I should say first. Sarah Bess, go ahead.
My name is just spelled wrong at one point, and I lost the page. I'm missing the second E. That's all.
Fair enough. And just pro tip, Irv, you might want to mute your mic before you have a hot mic moment.
I haven't said anything.
No, I'll just say that your mic is on just in case you needed it to know that. Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure there wasn't any kind of strange thing going on in the room that I wasn't aware of.
Solid. Fair. So I'll move to approve the minutes from November 17th as amended. Is there a second?
Jennifer, no, I'm seconding.
All right. So we'll go roll call vote. Irv.
Yes.
All right. Craig.
Craig abstains.
Margaret.
Margaret, aye.
Jennifer.
Jennifer, I.
I'll go aye as well. Ben, aye as well. Sarah Bess.
Sarah Bess, aye.
Allison.
Allison, I.
And Peter.
Aye.
Motion passes with 7 ayes and 1 abstention. So we will move on to public comments. And we have a lot of public comments. I also want to, we're going to get to the live public comments. We'll do that part last. I was going to do the written and then the voicemail, but I also wanted to explain that the voicemail line was down for a period of time today. I'm not exactly sure how long that was, but it was brought to my attention at about 6 that at 2 o'clock it was down. So I do have these ones. So while we're reading through, I'll go ahead and get the voicemail ones ready, and then we can do the in-person ones here. Well, virtually in-person ones. And can I have permission to share? Is that a thing?
Should be all sipping.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, then. Oh, Jennifer, go ahead real quick.
Yeah, sorry, Ben. I realized that last public comment I think came in late, probably after the public comment was posted to the public site. So I just want to make sure that that last comment gets added to the public site so the public can access it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and send a PDF with that reflected. Thank you. And now we will go to the voicemail.
This is a message to the Regional School Committee. This is Joanna Morse calling from Potwine Lane in Amherst. I'm aware of a public Facebook post calling out Jennifer Shao for speaking out about the artificial turf decision by the school committee. I'm also aware of an agenda item in motion at tonight's meeting about violating school committee policy. I have reviewed the school committee policies and Jennifer's actions did not violate any policies. She made it clear she was only speaking for herself. Any quality democratic process, including the Amherst School Committee and its policies, include the right of elected officials to change their opinions based on new knowledge. Jennifer voted in favor of the project and then reconsidered her decision after learning more information. I deeply value having elected officials like Jennifer who are willing to keep an open mind and reconsider their opinions based on evidence and facts. Jennifer spoke out about her own individual opinion and she made it clear she was speaking only for herself. Our local democracy relies on people having the integrity to speak their mind even when their opinion may go against the prevailing wind of other elected officials. As a parent and educator, I value her consideration of many points of view and speaking up for concern for our students and the district as a whole. Elected officials, I urge you to set an example for the youth of our district tonight and show support for appropriate expressions of freedom of speech as Jennifer chose to exercise. I am grateful to have leaders such as Jennifer setting this example of courage, honesty, and integrity for our youth and us all. Thank you. Hello, this is Tony Cunningham. My comments are on the agenda item School Committee Member Authority and Duties. While no names are specified in the agenda or motion, recent public posts on social media indicate that committee member Peter Demling drafted this, targeting Jennifer Shao. It's unfortunate that Mr. Demling has been permitted to take up committee time on what amounts to a groundless attempt to disparage Ms. Shao and intimidate her into silence. I watch almost every school committee meeting, and Ms. Shao comes to meetings prepared and asks insightful questions. How can we attract high-caliber candidates like Ms. Shao for elected office if this is how they are to be treated? Regarding the synthetic turf vote, Ms. Shao wrote in a recent blog post that prior to the vote last March, there had been zero discussion on the environmental or health and safety impacts of synthetic turf, and that she regrets not doing her own research. She asked publicly in this committee that the topic be revisited in light of the information. I have read the two policies that Mr. Demling seems to be accusing Ms. Shao of violating, and there is no basis. The motion he crafted refers to the expectation that members abide by and carry out all committee decisions once they are made. Pointing out that the decision to pursue synthetic turf was made without full information is not a violation of this expectation. The motion also says that committee members state they speak on behalf of themselves and not the committee, and state the committee's voted decision when expressing disagreement with an action. Ms. Shao made this clear in her public blog post. Absent from the motion, but included in the referenced ethics policy, is that a committee member should make decisions only after all the facts on a question have been presented and discussed. On this point, the entire committee violated this policy. The presence of PFAS, as well as other health concerns of synthetic turf, and the lack of recyclability was knowable information back in March, and yet it was not presented to the committee or discussed, so that this body and the public could be informed. The other policy referenced, member authority and duties, clearly stipulates that it does not limit the right and responsibility of individual members to voice personal views on issues relating to the school district. Interestingly, this policy also states the duty of members to work harmoniously with other committee members. Resorting to social media to sling mud against a fellow member would seem to run counter to this. At your last meeting, I appreciated that Ms. Shao and Ms. Stancer acknowledged that they did not do their due diligence in advance of the turf vote in March and requested that this committee discuss it now. I applaud their willingness to learn and evolve. Indeed, this is what our kids are taught in our schools: critical thinking skills, a growth mindset. This censure motion before you this evening is a distraction from the important work of the school committee, and frankly, not becoming of this body. I urge you all to reject it out of hand and instead commit to greater transparency in the future and ensure you make decisions only after all the facts have been presented and discussed. Regarding the track and field project, I hope you will reconsider your earlier vote for synthetic turf and pivot to option 2 with the interior grass field. Thank you. Hello, my name is Melissa Pierce Boniface. I live at 30 Harris Street in North Amherst. I wanted to express my support for Jennifer Shiloh. She spoke about the school committee's failure to consider the risks of artificial turf. And even though I have a daughter at the high school and we could really benefit from a new track, she's in cross country and track. I'm not in favor of the artificial turf, but I am in favor of allowing a full and robust discussion about the issues at hand. And I feel like Jennifer's actions did not violate any policies. She made it clear she was speaking only for herself. Jennifer voted in favor of the project and then reconsidered her decision after learning more information. She was willing to pivot after new information came to light. She is an example of what we want in a school committee, and I'm thankful that there is a school committee member like Jennifer. So those are my ideas. I'm not able to attend the meeting tonight, but I wanted my public opinion to be done in the record. Thank you.
All right. And now we will go around to folks that are in the room here. Take them in order of hands raised. Number 1 was clearly Jean Fay. So we'll start with Jean. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to keep this short because a lot of what I was going to say has already been stated. But sorry, Jean Fay, Amherst resident since 1985. I am a school employee since 1998. And I consider myself a lifelong learner. And as such, I'm someone that embraces new knowledge. I would like to personally thank Jennifer for not only having the courage to admit that she hadn't done her due diligence, but for also embracing new knowledge and wanting to take a closer look at information that she just received. I've known Jennifer to be extremely thoughtful in making her decisions. I would really encourage the school committee to think long and hard about what exactly this motion is, what the intent of this motion is. Jennifer, I just want to tell you thank you.
Thank you. And Mary Clays.
Sorry, it took me a little bit to unmute. Well, I just want to say there's a lot of misinformation going around. I'm a freedom of speech proponent. I do not like any sort of censorship, but I feel like the people who have been advocating for this for over 5 years, having done their due diligence, are the ones being sabotaged. I will tell you this right now. This is not anything new. PFASs are not new. You can look at what's being cited by everyone here and any opponents to this now. Take a look at the sources. The lawsuits you're talking about are from 2018 and continuing. Lawsuits go on for a long time. A lot of the lawsuits are resulting with prior materials, the crumb rubber materials. We, the ones who have been working on this project for over 5 years at public meetings, hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds of hours of time invested into this, have done their due diligence. Then we have some people who come along after we were prepared at the March 15th public agenda to discuss this, to provide information, and we're bombarded by people who send their kids to private schools with 2 turf fields, people who have kids in other private schools. We have a dog park with PFAs in it. Not one dog had to advocate for that $900,000. We had a room full of people at town meeting on November 21st, kids, former teachers, staff members, administrators, people who have been working with this, kids who have been suffering with this. Okay, this is our public education students. You have a fiduciary duty to our public education students, not our dogs. And there is information out there. I'm very familiar with lawsuits. I feel people of privilege can just bombard hardworking people who are trying to look after the people who do not have voices. This debate is an opinion debate. There's nothing settled. There's no settled law. There's no settled opinion. We have new turf fields in Amherst College, UMass. You do not see these turf wars going on at private schools. You see our people who are fighting against our public education kids to have equal access for our people, BIPOC students, equal access to our people with disabilities. This is the kids who are not only in the high school, our community kids, our recreation kids, our kids in the phys ed department, the kids who can't access a safe field for their unified phys ed programs. Okay, why doesn't our town start going after all of our residents who use any sort of lawn service? Why don't we go after our tax base that has restaurants that give out containers that have PFAs in them? Okay, this is picking and choosing, and this is wrong. There's more harm to be done for kids who are at risk of so many different things: risk of drugs, risk of dropping out, risk of not being able to get to the next level. This is an opportunity for our kids to have equal access. So I can go on and on. Martha's Vineyard, that attorney has an $11 million estate. Okay, so I'll stop. Sorry.
Sorry about that. And next, I will take Demetria Shabazz.
Hello? Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So, yes, Demetria Shabazz, been a resident here 15 years. I have had, of course, a family member on school committee, very familiar with, the ability for folks to contribute and the controlling or censoring of speech. So that's what brings me here tonight. I'm concerned by the motion that's been proposed and what it says about fostering a democratic culture and the ability of members to make decisions based on best known research and information on behalf of our young people. School committee member Jennifer Schau is not undermining the committee and is not in violation of code of conduct set forth in policies as a school committee member. This is all too familiar. What she is doing is practicing her right to reconsider her vote and decision based on new information. Considering the weight of such a decision as this that could potentially impact the health of our young people, the environment, and the overall cost in such an investment, it is her that should be commended and not this petty attempt to censure an important voice on the school committee. She has always been clear about speaking as an individual and not on behalf of the entire school committee concerning this issue. We as residents and voters, however, should question why any school committee member should be so concerned regarding this issue and efforts to police the speech of Ms. Schau, especially in this case. I hope that instead of wasting time attempting to censure and slap the hand of members deeply concerned about the role and decisions of the school committee in this community, that the school committee will take the time to bring in experts and consider all options that speak to the health of the youth and the community, especially in light of the town council vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Kathleen Treffigan. Have I pronounced that correctly?
It's Traphagen, but that's what a lot of people say. So
Apologize.
no problem. Thanks for the time. And first of all, thanks to each member of the school committee for all you do. As a former member, I know what this commitment is. My name's Kathleen Traphagen. I'm a parent of 3 children in the Amherst schools. 2 have graduated. 1 is currently in the high school, and all of them were athletes using the track or the field or both. I want to address a few different things in these comments. One thing I found that when I was on the school committee, things come at you from all directions. It's very hard to keep up and learn enough about each issue to make an informed decision. Yet that's the job. If you fall short on it in the moment, and then you learn critical information post-decision that compels you to change your view, I don't think that's a failing. That's called learning. Don't we expect that kind of learning and growing from our students? So I know there have been social media postings and talk about Ms. Shao's violation of policy because she learned more about the risks of a turf field post-vote and said so in public. But I don't think we want to be silencing people or discouraging them from learning more and sharing that information. And I admire the way that she admitted that she should have researched and questioned this in the moment when it was before you all. And frankly, you all should have done the same. I think taking up the school committee time and attention on this type of disagreement that is wholly about adults and it's not about the students at all, this is exhausting and frustrating, and it's one of the reasons why people give up on committees. My view is your job is to center the kids all the time, every time, and taking time to discuss this is not centering the kids in the least. I'll also say I'm distressed at the way that this debate has been framed by the folks who are in favor of the turf field. People who do not want a turf field are not failing the students and the young athletes of this community. They do care about getting a new track and a new field. They have legitimate and significant concerns about a turf field, concerns that the school committee should have anticipated. Their intentions have been called into question, and the students have been given the message that the adults who do not want a turf field don't care about them, and that is wrong. You actually all intentionally set this up on March 15th, and you voted and insisted on the installation of a synthetic turf field in the motion language. You did not need to do this. You could have built the motion with more flexibility. I want to stop fighting about turf or no. I want the school administration to figure out how to get this project done and come back to you and the town council to get the financial support we need. And I'll say the last thing I want to say is about the boosters. I appreciate all the time and effort that you put into raising money and supporting our athletes. That support is valuable and needed. But I disagree with your decision to make fundraising for this project contingent on the inclusion of a turf field. That's your decision. So if you walk away from this project, then the rest of us in this community, let's fund it the way we should have from the beginning as a public good with public money. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Pat Onanabaku.
Can people hear me?
Yep.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good evening. First of all, I want to thank all the committee members for your time. I know it's not easy to serve on a town committee. I'm here tonight to express my support for Ms. Jennifer Shao. I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said, but I did watch the town council meeting and I heard what she said. I've reviewed the school and I've reviewed the school committee policies, and I believe she did not violate them. As somebody who serves on town committee, and as a BIPOC woman, I am very familiar of how white supremacy tried to silence BIPOC women. I'm very concerned that Peter Demlin will go on social media to bully a BIPOC woman, and that's not okay. And this is why sometimes people don't want to serve on town committees or run for office. To put this on motion is a complete waste of time. I am a parent whose kids went through the school system and they were very active in sports. I still have family members who are currently attending Amherst schools, and I do not support using artificial turf on the track for any reason. This is taxpayers' money, and residents have right to voice their opinion. To try to censure Ms. Shaw's opinion is wrong. It's intimidation, and this is what we're trying to, model to our kids, to bully, our fellow human being? That's wrong. I believe that Ms. Shaw is the hero. She should be thanked, and I thank you so much, for doing the right thing, speaking truth to power. Thank you. Do not let Mr. Demley, okay, to silence you. It will not work. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will take Maria Kopicki.
Thank you, Ben. Maria Kopicki, Amherst resident. I hope that this committee will pivot promptly to rebuilding of the high school track and field by taking swift action to rescind your previous vote for option 3 and take a new vote in favor of option 2. After the concerns of PFAS and artificial turf were brought to the fore last month, I watched all of the town and school meetings that led up to the previous votes on this project. I was stunned that at no point were any of the downsides of artificial turf ever mentioned. Nothing about PFAS, nothing about increased injuries, nothing about heat, nothing about needing to replace it every decade, nothing about there being no way to recycle it, nothing about the need for specialized equipment to maintain it. It was also very curious to watch your finance director practically beg you to not change his recommended motion that would have kept all your options open should you have any reason to change your approach. I asked Drs. Slaughter and Morris via email whether they had known about PFAS or any of the other health, safety, and environmental risks of artificial turf before decisions were made. They did not answer. Instead, I was told that question should be directed to the school committee. So I'm asking you now. Who among you knew in March about these concerns? And if you did know, why did you withhold that information from your colleagues and from the public? If none of you knew, and you were being asked to make a decision without full information, then this committee was failed by those whose responsibility it is to gather and present a complete picture. The information about PFAS and other risks of artificial turf was certainly available then, yet you were not alone in receiving poor intelligence. The presentation on funding the project that you and the Amherst Finance Committee received included the annual impact on each of the 4 towns through fiscal year 43. Yet, there was no indication of the nearly $1 million additional investment required every 10 years to replace the material, nor was there any mention of the cost of specialized equipment or training that would be needed to maintain an artificial turf field. Now that you and other decision-making bodies are aware of the many problems of artificial turf, and now that the poor conditions of all the athletic fields is top of mind, I hope that you will act quickly to secure a plan for better construction and proper maintenance for all regional fields without the unnecessary risks and costs of artificial turf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Stephanie Hockman.
Hi, thank you. Stephanie Hockman, Pelham resident. Thank you guys for being here tonight and continuing in this endeavor. What I want to talk about tonight is what is equitable for our students. And I'd like to follow up on Mary's comments and further help everyone learn and grow about the situation. I can't speak to what people knew in March and what people didn't know, but what I can tell you is that a lot of the research that has been pointed to recently is very old, as Mary mentioned. In addition, as I presented to the Town Council of Amherst, there are low PFAS turf options. 80 to 85% of what comprises an artificial turf field is the infill. There are organic, natural infill options including hazelnut shells, sand, cork, and something called corconut. All of that are things that we are considering. The only part of an artificial turf field that would include minimal parts of PFAS are the blades. Consider this: our students are not eating the grass. More importantly, think about all the synthetic PFAS that exist on a synthetic track. Even if all we did was option 1 and resurfaced the 6-lane track, you still have PFAS. That does not go away. So in every option, 1, 2, and 3, PFAS exists. But as Coach McDougall pointed out in his written comments, our current grass fields are not an option. We would have to buy at least 4 more fields. And with those grass fields come their own maintenance, their own equipment, their own greenhouse gas emissions from mowers and aerators, 50,000 gallons of water per field in a growing season, and not to mention synthetic chemical fertilizers, unless we're going to go to organic fertilizers of manure and compost, which I don't think we want our children playing on. Option 3, whether it was discussed all the PFAS or not, trust that the people that have done the research and the more recent research, things like what Tantasqua has put on their aquifer, are options that exist that don't have the heat and do not have the crushed rubber that exists in all of the research that's been done to date. I'd like us to focus on what is equitable to our students. Every student has a right to practice and learn skills on the same type of surface that they want to play on at the college level or at competitive level club leagues. Not having that option is doing a disservice to those people that don't have the means to go to a private school or have competitive club access. Be the leaders in the town of Amherst and it for our students, and go forward with this and provide equitable access. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will take Jaden Case.
Can you hear me all right, Ben?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jaden Case and I'm a senior at Amherst. I'm also one of 2 elected student representatives for the school committee, and I was captain of the girls varsity soccer team for both the 2021 and 2022 seasons. So I'm just going to read a super quick statement. So before I begin, please know I'm not going to address the PFAS and the health concerns of the field. I'm going to speak solely on the experience of a student athlete at ARHS, and I ask you all to listen to the experiences of the Amherst youth. So I have played on the grass field at Amherst for the past 5 years, and I can tell you firsthand that this field is not suitable for developing student athletes. I've watched far too many friends, teammates, and peers injure themselves due to the poor conditions of our field and track at the high school. From torn ACLs to sprained ankles, too many young athletes have been forced to give up their athletic dreams and sports scholarships because of the never-ending holes and divots that we are forced to play on every day. I cannot speak for the entire student body, but I can speak for the girls' soccer team. Every home game, we are humiliated to play on a field that is essentially unplayable. On even slightly rainy weeks, we miss a valuable practice time and our games are regularly canceled. We are constantly placed at a disadvantage when traveling to other fields where we are not used to the movement of the ball on a flat and level field. But I cannot make you all care about the struggles of one high school team. So instead, I will ask you to ask your children, your students, your local student athletes, and people like me who have firsthand experience with this field. Ask my teammates who are on crutches and members of the track team who are without a track. I ask you to listen to them and their experiences and reconsider if you are really putting the students' needs and the students' dreams first. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Wargis.
Can you hear me okay?
Good to go.
I'm actually here with my son, Kalen, who has prepared a letter that would like to speak to the committee. And I also would like to speak. Is that okay if we both have an opportunity?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kristen Wargis, and I am the parent to 3 Amherst athletes. Our family moved to Amherst 10 years ago because of the school district. We also moved here from Nantucket. I was first disheartened 5 years ago when our town, despite strong financial evidence, voted down a new school. I heard our superintendent, Michael Morris, and others delivered the grim news that despite a no vote, we would still need a new school in the next 10 years. And at that point, our town could expect to pay double. Not only that, but we needed to currently invest over $13 million to fix Fort River and Wildwood. Here we are 5 years later, and we have tripled our original expense as it would have been 5 years ago. Our schools, Fort River and Wildwood, are literally falling apart. Not only that, they are inaccessible to many of our students with disabilities. Then a few years later, my oldest son entered the high school and started playing varsity sports. I was then introduced to our athletic facilities. I have no other way to say that I was extremely disappointed and shocked. The condition of our fields, our locker rooms, and our athletic hallway and trophy cases were less than inspiring. They were downright embarrassing. Standing on the sidelines and in the bleachers, I started hearing other parents who echoed my same observations, concerns, and frustration. I do not believe in coming to the table with a complaint or recognizing a problem without also helping to find a solution. So I joined the boosters. We invited on a whole new board. We wrote new minutes. We revised our scholarship program and increased it. And we devised a plan to renovate our athletic hallway so our students would have an athletic space that they could feel proud of. I was unwilling to come to the table with a complaint without also offering a solution. Our school committee, thank you for all of your work, and others have researched a viable option backed by our superintendent, our student athletes, our coaches, our boosters, and many of our families. I was disheartened by the town council meeting on November 22nd. Both my boys that are still in the house, my oldest is now in college, stayed up until and after midnight to watch the meeting with me. They were riveted. I was especially disappointed by the council's seeming dismissal of alternative organic turf options that Stephanie Hockman had presented. Beyond this, we are beyond disheartened to imagine that our student athletes will continue to be forced to play on fields that are unsafe and often unplayable, giving them a disadvantage to other athletes in the Pioneer Valley. This continues to widen the equity gap in our community, where wealthy, privileged families continue and will continue to pull their athletes and place them in private schools where there are turf fields. I need 10 more seconds. And where families with less resources continue to be forced to play on unsafe fields with less competitive opportunities. Thank you to our current school committee, our current boosters for their continued advocacy on behalf of our student athletes and our families. And I hope you can hear our voices. Yeah, Kaylin's gonna speak, but he doesn't want the camera on. Is that okay?
That's fair.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Wargis, and I'm 11 years old and play football and baseball. I'm speaking to you because I would like you to vote in favor of the turf field and new track orientation. I attended the entire town council meeting on Tuesday, November 22nd. The town council meeting was very frustrating for me because I feel that some of the town council members were not listening to our athletes and only focusing on the environmental impact. In the meeting, they failed to recognize that there are other options other than rubber turf, such as what Tintasqua put in, which uses organic materials like renewable cork, coconut fibers, coconut, rice husks, and walnut shells, which reduces the surface temp. It felt that some of the town council members didn't realize that a no vote means that we get nothing but a resurfaced track. Did you know that all tracks contain SBR rubber, which produces heat and contains toxic chemicals? If we don't want a turf field, we should might as well run on dirt or gravel. We will continue to not be able to host championship games but also we can't even play on any of our turf fields for a regular in-season game or practice due to the field conditions during or after rain. This leaves all Amherst sports at a disadvantage. This causes some of our best athletes who can afford it to move to private schools. When I attended the town council meeting, I heard various people talk about grass fields, which is simply not an option. If we were to put in all grass fields, it would run us well over $10 million. If we were to put in a turf field, all the sports could be played on the same field, which is a way more affordable option for our community. I am in 6th grade, and most of my classmates think that athletics are just as important to us as school. We are the voices you should be listening to.
Thank you. Next, we will move on to the superintendent's update.
Sure. I'll try to keep it brief given that we're a little behind schedule. Tuesday before last Tuesday, a week ago, I was able to attend Summit Academy has an annual Thanksgiving community kind of luncheon. Again, COVID regs, so it's a little smaller than it used to be, but no less meaningful. And it was great to see the students and staff coming together and just the warm, positive energy heading into the break. So, thank you to all the staff and Principal Slovan over at Summit. And I was mentioning to a former Summit parent who I know, and they were saying that that's one of their strong memories of their child being at Summit Academy and the connections that are made there. So again, kudos to all the staff who do not just the typical parts, but many of them have cooking specialties, and they bring that, and just really nice to see the sort of student and staff, the wall sort of break down, and everyone's contributing in their own ways. So really, really nice event. This morning, Mary Kiley and I met with middle school staff about the 6th grade move incoming and got some great ideas from staff members. We've been meeting regularly with some core middle school staff members, but it was great to meet with a larger group of them, and we're going to continue to do that. Just confirming for everyone, the 4-town meeting date is December 17th at 9 a.m. And 2 other quick ones. Our first application for additional electric bus was unfortunately not supported, and that's not surprising. We were not a priority district based on the poverty level of our students. We have one other application in, but since we talked about that a while ago, just wanted to share that where we are with that. And the last thing is that we have been meeting with DESE, who has something called innovation pathways, which are official term that they use that are designed to give students coursework and experience in specific high demand industries such as information technology, engineering, healthcare, life sciences, and advanced manufacturing. In essence, it's a way for traditional or comprehensive high schools to include more direct programming that could connect to employers and involves internships and the like. Something that we really, as we think about college and career ready, feel is really important to diversify our offerings for students, and comes with grant funds. And so the good news was this week, so yesterday, today, I can't remember, I think it was yesterday, the way it works when you apply for these grant funds in this status is you apply basically to be able to apply. So you have to share where you are, what you're doing, and that was accepted. So we've been invited to apply for the larger project. Our science department in particular has been heavily involved in this, as well as Sam Camera, Talib, and Mickey at the high school. So lots of good work going into it as it develops. I'll continue to keep the committee and the community informed, but this was really positive news that some of the initial efforts were supported by the state to move forward, because we want to really, again, we know students have lots of diverse interests as they are in school here and what they want to do after they leave us, and providing a more broad array and connections with local industry to give students more opportunities is something that we believe is in students' best interest. So more soon, but some, positive news and developments on that front. And that is my update for the evening.
All right. Any questions or comments regarding the superintendent's update? Going once, going twice. All right. So today, instead of giving a chair's update, which I normally don't do, Anyway, I have my own statement that I wanted to read. I'll try to keep it brief to keep us on track here. So it's possible, probable, almost certain that I'm going to upset or anger some people on both sides of the turf issue tonight, but here's my take. There are more than just two sides to this discussion. Not one person involved in the debate is completely right, and yet the perspectives people have espoused have been absolute in their nature, with little or no willingness to explore the possibility that none of us actually have all of the answers. The developing science regarding PFAS tells us that this family of chemical compounds is present in pretty much every facet of our lives, and also that we have a great deal to learn before we start acting like we can speak definitively. To be honest, we don't even know all of the questions we need to ask yet. An objective look at the conversations over the last 8 months should provide some fairly stark examples. To reiterate, none of us have all of the answers here. But we had better all learn how to listen to each other if we want to show our children, our students, our future leaders what responsible and civil discourse looks like. We need to be brave enough to continue this conversation, not as adversaries, but as a community that has our students' best interest in mind first and foremost, not as owners of immobile, unmovable perspectives. The school committee should be willing to respect our stakeholders enough to offer up the labor of weighing all sides of every issue before us. If our views, whether individual or collective, change due to new information, well, then we are indebted to this body to bring that evolved viewpoint to the committee for discussion. We owe this group and this school district the common decency of allowing each other to hear our individual perspectives and debate those viewpoints publicly. We aren't a group of lone wolves out to serve ourselves. We are a publicly elected group of servants of the communities that encompass the Amherst-Pelham Regional School District. And with that, I'll give my personal opinion. No one involved in this debate is completely right, simply because we don't have all of the facts. The scientific community still doesn't have all of the facts. The conversation could go on ad nauseum, and if current trends are an indicator, it probably will. What needs to change, in my mind, is the hyperbolic approach to public discourse in this town. When I initially ran for this office, I was told in no uncertain terms that I needed to pick a side, and now I'm telling you all to do the same. The side we all need to choose right now is the side of civility. I realize that we deal with charged issues a lot of the time, but we need to do a better job of offering each other some common courtesy, regardless of whether or not we agree on the minutia of any particular topic. Humanity should always outweigh our individualized need to be right or to value our opinion over anyone else's. I ask you all to think about this simple question. What, in this context, does winning look like to you? Is it the mere act of being on the side that gets their way? Or is there something more important at stake here? I say all of that to say this. Dear Amherst, we all need to calm the funkiness down and breathe for a minute. We can have conflicting concepts about what is best for our town without offering up our worst selves for the purpose of winning an argument. We should be better than that. We owe at least that much to our community. That being said, we'll move on to school committee announcements. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, so on a completely different topic, thank you for your comments, by the way, but on a completely different topic, I just wanted to follow up quickly. So our committee got an invitation to a webinar a couple weeks ago from Sarah Ross, who works with an organization, Undaunted K-12, that is a nonprofit to help public schools get clean energy and take advantage of new opportunities. It was a really great webinar. I can't relay all the detailed content, but two of the take-homes were ground source heat pumps are pretty amazing. And the Inflation Reduction Act money really is a big game changer, not just for residents and governments, but for public schools. And there's a lot of opportunity there, which if you have a plan to replace as you go along, you can really benefit from. So early stages yet, and things are obviously still evolving in terms of how all that money trickles down from that big federal bill. But there's a lot of good opportunity that may change the equation of some of the things we're trying to do long term with our capital. So thank you to Sarah and Undaunted K-12.
Thank you. Sorry, Allison.
Yeah, just an update. The negotiations subcommittee was supposed to have a mediation session tomorrow evening, and that is being postponed and rescheduled to a future date as yet to be defined.
Thank you. And we'll move to the update and discussion on the track and field project. Mike, did you want to set that up?
Yeah, so I think I will. At first, I think they're still here. So Adam Feltman and Guilford are here from the DPW. I just want to publicly thank them for their tireless work. I think Jaden's comments were spot on in terms of how the students have experienced the fields. And, I think that's it used to be worse. I know it's hard to believe, but it did pre-pandemic. That's not to minimize all the challenges that we heard from multiple students, but I do want to thank the DPW for really having an impossible job with the state of the current fields, the way they're designed, the land that they're on, the topography, their staffing levels. They take their job incredibly seriously. They're out there. They're so concerned about which sports using which field on which day and what time it is, and doing incredible amounts of work. So I just want to publicly thank the DPW, because I think much appreciative Ben's comment, and what can get lost in this is there's lots and lots of people trying really hard to make the best of the current situation. I also want to thank, Victoria, who's our athletic director, is on here, who does mad scramble every time it rains or it's windy or it snows or it's dry and we can't water the fields as much because of the drought, to make things work for our students. So I just want to provide background that there's an awful lot of people who are working incredibly hard to make a bad situation not worse, and to make it better. And so thank you all for being here, and thank you for your work. And certainly the DPW folks may stay on if there's specific questions about how they maintain the fields and things like that. They're not Weston and Sampson. We don't expect them to be projecting out, but I really appreciate their presence tonight. So, for me, I just want to clarify a couple things and then let the committee, ask us questions or take it where it wants to go. So, Monday night was quite literally a long evening. One might argue figuratively, but literally, I wasn't really joking when I said this past my typical bedtime. I'm early to bed, early to rise kind of person. So I apologize if my comments weren't as clear that evening. I think what I said in our follow-up letter that Athletic Director Dawson and I wrote was really focused on the urgency of this situation. That we have students, everything that we heard from students that night, everything we heard from students tonight is accurate. That we have substandard fields. There are implications for our students. There are implications for our PE classes. There are implications for our unified, our programs, like talking about accessibility, that are long been problematic. And we've been at this a while, and it needs to be resolved. To catch people up who may not have been caught up, last Monday night, the Amherst Town Council had a long debate, and about midnight, there was a decision, a 6-6 vote, deadlocked, about moving forward with an additional appropriation for moving forward with the project, including the turf field. The next late morning, maybe, Ms. Dawson and I sent an email out that indicated that we're not elected officials. We don't get to make those decisions. That's not what we do. And so we talked about if artificial turf is not going to be the will of the community as represented by the elected officials, we need real swift action and real funding to improve these fields. And I'm using fields intentionally in the plural. If we're not going to do an artificial turf field that's more durable, has more hours, and less weather dependent, we need all those fields to be improved. We can't have it just for the soccer team, or just for the field hockey team, or just for the lacrosse team, or just for the boys soccer, not girls soccer, or vice versa, or just for football. It needs to be all the fields. And if that's the decision that the community would like to go in, there's a heavy investment that's required. And I shared this with a couple of counselors who've been in touch with me since that meeting last Monday, that we don't have a great track record in this community, in my opinion, and it's not a critique of anyone, it's just my experience, of building and maintaining public projects. It's just not, I don't have evidence to that effect. That's not to say it can't happen or won't happen, but if we're not going forward with a turf field, we need, I'll speak in I, but I think we wrote that together. We need commitments, and we need them soon, so that we can tell our students honestly that we hear you and we're taking swift action to make the situation better. And that's not me trying to guilt any. So I get a little bit of critique of like, oh, well, that letter was really just trying to force people into artificial turf. It's not the case. That's not my decision. I've already made my recommendation, right? The district already has. If the community is not going to go there, okay. And so what's next? And what's next is a significant investment into high quality grass fields at the high school. And it needs to be a priority. And because we're talking multiple fields that multiple sports can't use every single day till late in the afternoon or evening, we need a plan, and we need the town to say, yes, we have those funds. We think of this as an urgent priority. And so that's why we wrote it. We did CC the school committee, but as you noted, you were not addressees. You were, I don't know how it worked on email, but it was intentionally sent to the town manager and the Amherst Town Council because they're the funding source that's involved here. So that's really where we are. Again, appreciations and thanks to athletic director, to DPW staff who do an incredible amount of work. And if not plan A, then we need real commitment for plan B. And we have students in our high school now who need this done as soon as possible. This is not something that I would feel comfortable saying, oh yeah, we'll plan for the next 3 or 4 years and we'll do it. And the reality of putting a grass field in is that takes time. And so what we're looking for is really swift action from the community. School committee members, we sent that out, we CC'd you. You may or may not agree with that letter. That's certainly up to you. But I felt, and I think I can speak for Victoria, that we felt urgency given the situation for our students right now, that if it's not moving forward with the turf field, which was our preference, that we move forward expeditiously and immediately, both to improve the current condition by increasing DPW staff right now, so that we can make the best of our current situation, as well as fully funding and moving forward with improving all of our grass fields, including the one behind, which is between Wildwood and the middle school, which is used for some sports. Because the reality is you need more grass fields, right? That they're going to have, they all need to be redone, and not just reseeded, but redone. Irrigation, drainage, all those pieces. And so that's the response we're looking for from the town council. Is that the direction they're comfortable going in? I think we've talked about turf fields at multiple meetings. I know it's a contentious point. I appreciate Ben's perspective that you shared. Our thing is the kids, right? We have kids who care deeply about sports. For some kids, they perceive it. And I think the reality is that's their ticket to higher education. That's their ticket to getting financial support for higher education and getting an education and getting a degree. And right now, I don't feel like we are supporting our student athletes in terms of their health, their safety, or their future prospects. And so turf, not turf is important to me. What's much more important to me is that we're moving forward with a project that the town will support financially and otherwise, not just on the capital side, but also on the operational side as well. And so that's my perspective. Certainly, Victoria, if you'd like to jump in with anything, we've talked quite a bit, so I think we're pretty lockstep on this one, but you're welcome to jump in. But I think I'll turn it back to the committee, but I just wanted to explain our thinking and where that letter came from and the feeling of urgency that we have to our students and to their families who entrust us with keeping their students safe, not just throughout the day, but in terms of interscholastic athletics as well. So we felt urgency to send it. I apologize. Usually you're more probably accustomed to me sending that and talking about it at a school committee meeting and seeing if the school committee supports it. And this one, we felt urgency to get that to town council right away so they knew that the urgency of the situation. Victoria, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, nothing at this point.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. So I'll turn it back to you, Ben, if that's okay.
Yep. Allison, go ahead.
Yeah, I have thoughts, but I first want to ask some clarifying questions that I think, and some I know the answer to, but I'm not sure that everybody in the community understands this. So in your letter, you talk about the cost to not just rebuild and reseed the fields and staff them. And you talked about sort of new staff at DPW and sort of the funding for maintenance of the fields. And someone in the public have talked about equipment and the like. Can you clarify how much of, so not everybody understands that all of the fields at the high school are not actually regional property, that some are actually town of Amherst property. And just explain and clarify sort of where does the funding come from for the maintenance of the region-owned properties and fields? So is it the regional school committee budget? Is it town of Amherst DPW budget? Where's the staffing and all of that? So because you're asking for the town of Amherst to fund this, and we have a complex funding formula from our 4 towns for region funding. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, so it's a long-winded and not super clear answer, but I'm going to give it a shot, and Victoria and Doug and others can jump in. So the maintenance of our fields is primarily completed by the town of Amherst DPW staff, and that's why they're here. And I just want to publicly appreciate their work because they are incredibly dedicated to it. In terms of funding for the field, you're right. Some are region-owned, some are town-owned. It's been I've received feedback from some members of towns that aren't Amherst that they perceive that there's some unfairness to funding this all through the region because these towns are located in the town of Amherst. They end up being public use much more for people who live in Amherst. And if you live 25 minutes up the hill, there's less access to use those fields. There's less community programs that would potentially use those fields. And I think from a funding, situation, that's, one of the challenges of this is some are regions, some are Amherst, but to ask the 3-member towns to fund at the same level of the town of Amherst has been a contentious point. It's come up at multiple 4-town meetings. For those who have been at 4-town meetings a while, Steve Sullivan, I think, you're my longest serving committee member, and I think you've been part of some of those discussions with understandable concerns from some of our member towns about how equitable the funding would be. Amherst also has a lot of youth programs that use regional resources in the way that Shutesbury, Lebanon, and Pelham don't necessarily have that. So it's a complicated web of who funds what and how this all plays out. But as Amherst is if nothing else, is the lion's share of funding for the region at near 80%, we felt like that was the place to start that conversation. Does that help, Allison? I know it's not like, mapping it out isn't as easy. Doug, is there or Victoria, is there anything that you would add to what I shared? Okay.
All right, so I'll take Jennifer next.
Yeah, thank you to Allison for asking that question, because that's the same thing I was going to ask. My next question is, so Mike, what is the status of the track and field project? You said a few times we're not going to go forward with artificial turf, but we still have an active you said if we don't go forward with that artificial turf. Sorry, I didn't. And I know we have an active motion or project on the table that the school committee has approved, and we have until January to. So where are we with the track and field project?
Sure. So I think where we are at the moment is, I think based on what people have shared with me, significant concerns about whether we will get to that dollar amount that would involve a project that had to do anything with the fields. In other words, the original, just to take a step back, the motion was to resolve the issues with the track. And if a larger funding amount was gathered, to also reorient the track and put an artificial turf field in. So I think the concern is that without the funding from the town of Amherst, based on their 6-6 vote, that it may be unattainable to get to that larger dollar amount by January 16th or 19th. I can't remember the exact date. I apologize. In which case, based on the motion, we would resolve the issues with the track, but the field piece would continue to be as is unless there was additional work that was, additional project that was added.
Okay, so you're saying that we would, since it seems like option 3, which is just reminding everyone, reorienting the track and installing an artificial turf, might not get funded at the level it needs, we would default to option 1, which is merely resurfacing the track, not reorienting it and not expanding it. That would be super disappointing. I'm sure everyone, regardless of their feelings on artificial turf or not, would be super disappointed if that was all we were able to do. Is it an option for us to consider option 2? And I know that like people are not a fan of option 2, but if option 3 is no longer on the table, sorry, and option 2 is the same as option 3, but natural grass instead of artificial turf, it would reorient the track. It would resurface the track. It would expand it to 8 lanes. It would expand the size of the field. It's the same project, but just grass instead of artificial turf. And I know that this committee voted on artificial turf only, but like now that we're in this position, is it still an option for us to consider that? Because that would give us not everything that everyone wants, but that would give us a lot towards solving starting to solve some of the issues with our athletes and the poor condition of that field and the usage issues. I guess I'm asking Mike as well as my fellow committee members, is option 2 something we would consider?
So, Ben, if I could start weighing in, I know there was a reference to me, but also committee members. Is it okay if I give my 2 cents on that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Or my concern, to be honest, is not about the turf, natural grass. That's a different issue. My concern is this track really needs to be replaced as soon as possible. And if we're not moving forward with the larger project by January, part of the thinking was then we can get going and take care of the track at least. The track is, you heard about it. I believe you were at the town council meeting. We have students who are adaptive athletes who are participating that we have concerns about health and safety. It's been already to multiple MIA officials have told us that it's not fit for not just competition, but for practice. So it does need to get done. In terms of taking care of the field and reorienting, it'd get us probably 1/5 or 1/6 of the way where we would need to be in terms of the fields, which is better than 0 out of 6, right? So I'm with you, Jennifer, that it would certainly be a step in improving the situation. But that would undo one vote and kind of redo another vote. I think technically it would have to go back to the 4 towns to do that. And so, I struggle to figure out the timing of that. And I know that's what you're asking is process question, and I'm thinking it through right now. So I apologize. I'm doing this live, Jennifer. But I'll do some more thinking about that. But for me, I think it would have to undo, redo, go back to the towns, because the way that motion went to the 4 towns was option 3, if funding's available, if not option 1, and that's how the money became available. So I think it's not just a regional school committee conversation. It would have to go to the 4 towns as well. I see that's why Doug's likely raising his hand is around some process piece with 4 towns, but I'll leave it to you. But Jennifer, I'm sorry. Hopefully that gave some context to your question. I'm sorry I didn't have a full answer.
Real quick, check in with Doug, and then we'll go Margaret, Irv, Craig, and then Peter.
Yeah, I can give a little clarity on the debt authorization. So the debt authorization language is very specific. It's required by the state in order to do a borrowing. So that's why it's framed the way it is. Given the way we are currently structured, yeah, we'd have to rescind that vote and take a new vote, a new debt authorization. If you did that, it needs there's a process by which the 4 towns are notified. They have the option to reject that. And so for 3 of the towns to do that, they'd have to call a town meeting. Now, oftentimes they don't. They don't include it in their warrant. We generally do it as part of the normal cycle of Springtown meeting, because they all have to have a Springtown meeting. And so that gives them an opportunity to put the question about a debt onto their warrant of the town meeting if they choose to. The school committee technically can do a debt authorization at any time. Within 7 days, we have to notify the 4 towns of that authorization. They have 60 days to take action. But it is difficult for towns to call an off-cycle town meeting, so we generally try to partner with them and tie it up with the spring town meeting. So that's some of the sort of specific mechanics of how the debt authorizations work. And if we were to want to do a different type of interior field surface, then that would require rescinding the existing authorization and creating a new one.
Thank you, Doug. Margaret, go ahead.
I'd like to elaborate a little bit from Jennifer's comment. So I reread the entire Weston and Sampson report in the last 2 days. And something stood out to me, which is that if we go forward with the track part, it does not change the size of the interior field. We are then committed for probably, I don't know, 20 years, 15 years to never be able to follow through on any of the other parts of that plan that's been developed, a multi-year, multi-phase plan. So question for you, Doug, last year we voted in mid-February. It got out to the towns in time for the town meetings in the spring, I believe. Could we not take a vote to drop down to the option 2, which would get us the reorientation of the track, which I think is probably one of, along with redoing the track in a form that it could be used for the kinds of competition that we've talked about having there, because resurfacing is also not going to get us that kind of a thing. So if the committee had the will to rescind and vote, and maybe we would have enough money to do option 2, we would get the reorientation that would be critical to getting football off community field, putting in a softball field next to the reoriented track, and developing additional multi-use fields on community field and at the high school. So there's a lot to be gained if we can reorient the track. I am not in favor of artificial turf. I tried to keep the grass as an option when we voted before, but there was not support for doing that. I'm asking again, is that something we can do?
Doug, you want to respond to that real quick?
Sure. I mean, as far as, you know, the committee is certainly within their power to rescind the current authorization and vote a new data authorization, which could be specified to allow for option 2. Certainly the case, you know, and it would have to go, it wouldn't have to, but you know, it would typically be in this cycle of Springtown meetings. So the earliest we could actually take action relative to it would be after all the town meetings are finished. So it would delay things at least until July 1 for any action steps that we can formally take.
And Craig, did you intentionally put your hand down, or was that a whoopsie?
I just had a clarifying question, and if this isn't the appropriate time to ask, that's fine. Just because I was not part of the discussion regarding the different options. One thing I've gleaned in the discussion regarding the option 3, particularly, is that artificial turf field resolves a massive question of use of time, hours of play. How does option 2 address that? Because replacing a beaten up grass field with grass, I don't think it adds time. And again, so if we're not discussing the different options right now, it's perfectly fine. I can ask offline, but I do think it's a confusing point in when we discuss these options at all that I'm having difficulty following. So that to me is the only question I have regarding the differences. Option 3 had increased hours of usage, and I don't believe that option 2 did. So I'm confused as to what its benefit is, other than appeasing the criticism of turf.
Mike, can you respond to that?
Yeah, so I think for some, I think the concerns about turf, I want to acknowledge, right? And so I think the benefit of option 2 is it gets us, again, 1/5 or 1/6 of the way to having high quality grass fields that students can use, and at reorientation allows for more space on the inside of the track. So I think that if you're of the opinion that grass fields are superior to artificial turf fields in terms of safety, then there's some benefit to that. And I think the letter that Victoria and I wrote, I'm sorry, Ms. Dawson and I wrote, was, well, we use first names here. Victoria and I wrote, was really focused on, if you want to do option 2, great, but that's not close to halfway of where we'd need to be because of exactly the reasons you said. Neither Victoria and I are like scared of grass. It's really about, can the community, particularly the town of Amherst, but the larger community, support the number of fields that we would need and the maintenance of them. you know, in terms of staffing. This summer we had a drought. It felt very awkward to be watering as much as we were watering the fields. It didn't feel really comfortable. It also was very expensive, right? And so to finish the question that Allison asked, we're paying for that water. We had a very expensive summer of watering our field because it didn't rain, so we had to water a lot more. And again, many thanks again to DPW folks who are here who keep track of weather patterns, soil conditions, all those things to make things, again, as best as they can be. But that is a real cost. I mean, one person today who's more knowledgeable than me said, oh, maybe if you're doing all those fields, you want to build a well. And I don't know the first thing about wells and building one, but it was just more, how do you get off the kind of reliance? Because when there's drought restrictions, the fields, you know, we didn't have as many in the town of Amherst. Some of the towns near us did have drought restrictions. And then all of a sudden you don't really have fields to play on, and you have to really watch them because of that, right? I don't think you can claim that as an emergency use for those. And, you know, with our weather patterns changing more frequently, I hope that's not a controversial comment, right? There's some concern about that. So, you know, have I seen personally some high quality grass fields? And I said this at the town council meeting last week. Absolutely, I have. But what we would need is a real commitment to make that work, and potentially find a field or two more to make it work for all of our sports and all of our student athletes. And to date, no one's, I'm not saying you all have to, but I'm not hearing that commitment be made large scale. Now, the town council hasn't met since I sent that letter. So I want to be very fair about that. But I guess that's what I would be looking for in terms of advocacy for students if people don't want to go down an artificial turf road, to really have that both operation and capital commitment. And that's going to be at the expense of other items for the town of Amherst, as well as potentially for other towns as well. And I'm not trying to play a game here. That's just what I think our kids need. And if that's the community direction, I think it's my job to hold everyone to task that that needs to be done in short order with a firm commitment and a significant amount of funding on both sides of the ledger in terms of operational capital.
Right. Irv.
Yes, first, I really was taken off guard by the issues and questions that came up around artificial turf in terms of the particular possibility of hazardous materials. I quickly brought myself up to date with all of that, and you can go, as you mentioned, Ben, you can argue both sides in relationship to pros and cons of artificial turf. What I do know is that time is our enemy, and we need to get on with this as soon as possible. And it seems to me that one thing that we can do is to at least this school committee can request via a vote that the town council do a reconsideration of their vote. It's not binding on them, but we can at least say that, and we can vote that. The other thing is we need to get real here about using real grass. This is New England. You have freezing, rain, thawing, etc., that plays havoc with grass. And if you got several fields that need to be maintained at the grass level, that is not tenable in terms of our economics here in town. We just don't have it. The only concern that I really have about artificial turf is that if we do it, we need to have a fund that goes along with it for replacement, reserved for replacement. Because when you look at it across what's going to be happening here in town, it's just not only for our students at the high school, elementary schools, etc. It's for the community. And if you go and have it for a community, you've lost control of who is using it at what times, etc. So the wear and tear will be a lot more severe than if it were just reserved for our students. So yes, I for one, when I look at all the pros and cons, I say, hey, let's look at asking for a revote. Definitely not doing grass, real grass. We just don't have the funds to do that and to maintain it over time. If you go and ask those people who have really, really great grass fields, they have incredible staff, incredible knowledge, and lots of money to sink into that. We in Amherst don't have that.
Oops, I should probably unmute. Peter, go ahead.
Okay. So I appreciate a lot of what has been said so far. So, so for me to answer a couple of suggestions that have been raised. So first, it's important for all of us to remember that it's the funding of what we voted for 8-1 last spring, that has the funding deadline that we set for January 16th. That hasn't failed yet. It's November 29th. Okay, we have until January. I'll stick with this, Dr. Morris. I also switch January 16th and 19th in mine. I think it's the 16th. We have until that date. Fundraising is ongoing, and the town council has just planned to reconsider the vote already at its December 5th meeting. So they're already planning to reconsider the vote. So so that's still a possibility. And so in terms of what we do tonight, what I think we should do is have a motion where we discuss and vote and restate our support for what we've done. If people don't want to support what we voted for in March, that's fine. If people want to restate their support for what we've done, that's fine too. But at least we'll know where we stand, and at least the town council will know where we stand. As far as the suggestion of, are we open to doing option 2? Personally, I'm not, for several reasons. One is that, as Doug and Mike have noted, it delays starting anything on track resurfacing until at least July 1st, right? Like we would at least have to get through the town meeting season and then not have anything else going on in this complex decision process to then immediately go to track resurfacing. Right, so that's one. Two is as Craig suggested with this question and the answer you received, it doesn't increase the hours of use. Now I know there are claims otherwise that if you just do grass the right way, you can get the same number of hours of use. That's not borne out by any study that we have, by anything that has been gathered from the town of Amherst in its master fields use study and by other town studies in the last 4 or 5 years that this has been going on when we've been looking at it. So it doesn't solve the hours of use problem, which we have to remember is a double whammy, right? It increases the use of the field by 3 to 5 fold of that one field, and by doing so, it offloads the load on the rest of the fields, right? And so you get the benefit of the use of the field, and as well as offloads the use on the grass fields. Plus it's a lot of money to ask, in addition to above and beyond option 1, millions of dollars for not much benefit. Yes, reorientation is good so that you can play without the sun in your eyes. That to me is not enough to justify asking for millions more in regional capital. If the region has millions more in regional capital and we're only able to do the track resurfacing, I would rather spend that money on a number of other very urgent needs we have for capital at the region, rather than just reorient it with a grass field that isn't going to be addressing the main problem we're trying to solve, which is hours of use and offloading the load from our grass fields. So that's what I think we should discuss tonight. And I also think we should talk about endorsing the inclusion of the superintendent's letter. Whatever field type you want, I think the letter from Superintendent Morris and our AD outlines very succinctly what the consequences are of choosing that path. And for sure, if once we know which way it's going with the synthetic field, if we get past 116 and it's not happening, we need to have that commitment. So I fully endorse restating our support for option 3 and including the superintendent's and AD's letter for when the town council discusses whether to reconsider its vote. So that's how I think we should focus our action tonight.
Real quick before I go to Sarah Bess, Victoria.
Sorry. So I just wanted, like, because Adam's here, and I go to Adam a lot from DPW, and I go to DPW a lot for a lot of, whether we have cancellations of games and practices, and the kids can't go on the field, unfortunately, even for a practice. So Adam, I just wanted to ask, like, can you speak a little bit about, like, if we did option 2, having like one great grass field, would that allow us, more time? Like, what would happen? I guess, do you think you have all the means right now to do it? Which I think we kind of all know the answer, but do you think that would also help the overuse issue that we have right now? So if you could speak a little bit about that, that would be helpful.
Hi, I'm Adam Feldman. I'm actually the one out there on the mower a lot of the time. It's nice to meet all of you guys. So I mean, I guess, if we're going to distill this issue, putting the turf and the natural grass argument aside, the biggest issue I have, aside from the drainage and the mud, is the overuse, and trying to get games in on the one field that has lights on it. And, like everybody's kind of touched on, fixing one field, making one grass field doesn't really solve the problem unless we do that across the board. The synthetic field kind of does, because you can lay it out as a multi-use, and then it's up to Victoria to do the programming, and we can blow the snow off of it, and we don't have mud problems in the spring and wear and tear problems when the soccer team makes the playoffs or whatever. So I mean, that's our biggest issue, aside from the mud, is just the trying to jam everything onto one or two fields that remain dry enough and can keep grass on them long enough to to get the games in. The other thing is we're simply not equipped to maintain fairway level playing surfaces, natural grass surfaces, without a major investment in equipment, funding for the water, potentially drilling a well, increasing the staffing levels, all the things that everybody's touched on. So I guess, just from DPW's standpoint, chiming in, we need to do something somewhere along the way to kind of alleviate the log jam that we currently have.
Thank you, Adam. Much appreciated. And also thank you and your crew for the work you guys do on a day-to-day basis for us here. Sarah Bess?
Thank you. The first thing I wanted to say was just a huge thank you to Victoria and Mike for writing this letter. Being at the Amherst Town Council meeting for such a extended evening, listening to our students come and present themselves was huge. I thought they did an amazing job. I was so proud of all of them. They came and asked in the way we have asked them to ask for things, right? Like, they presented themselves like well-spoken grown-ups. They were impressive. So thank you so much for writing this letter, because I think it really shows our support for our student athletes. Like, if we can't, for whatever reason, end up being able to provide them a multi-use turf field, which I think is a huge piece of the turf field that we're not recognizing maybe as much as we should. Turf fields can be used by all of the sports, right? So football can play in them, boys lacrosse, boys soccer, girls soccer. I'm sure there's a lot of other sports that field hockey. These are just the sports that like have impact in my life. So I'm sure there are other ones, but all of those sports teams, varsity and JV, can all use that field. And so when they're on that field, the other grass fields have time to regenerate themselves and catch a break. So I clearly am hugely in favor of artificial turf field and the reorientation of the track. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for writing this letter, because I think if that's if a turf field isn't going to be what happens for our students, then they need real action, because even in the letter it says 2026. That means our freshmen will have graduated. That's the year our current freshmen graduate. So it won't solve the problem for our current students, as Jaden pointed out, who are, suffering on the current fields, not for lack of trying by, the DPW and the scheduling and all of the grownups that are trying so hard to make it be okay for them, but they're still suffering. So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Bess. And next we'll take Margaret, then Allison, and then we'll take our student rep, Jaden. Go ahead.
Thanks. One question I have is the scheduling. I'm a little concerned that the artificial turf is going to solve every problem that we have. And I'm wondering, is every sport going to play every practice and every game on that field? Or are we going to have to maintain, as the report says, additional turf fields? And I am very concerned about the town's commitment to the resources to be able to do even that much. Even with the artificial turf, the report says we have other fields that we need to be maintaining. And I think the funding is just not there to do it. So I'm concerned about that. I also have to say I have grandchildren in the schools. This is a very difficult conversation. I care a lot about the students, but I care about them in multiple ways. So please don't interpret my saying I'm not in favor of artificial turf, meaning I don't care about the kids, because I do. One of the other things, this is another thing I read in the report, that they said in order to keep the quality of your whatever you do, the grass, the artificial turf, whatever it is you do, you need to have a policy for use. And you need to have somebody in charge who handles all of that, who coordinates with the athletic director, with the people who do all the work on the fields. And the people who've had the best success in maintaining their investments are the people who don't generally allow the public to use the facilities at any time. That is not the way that our facilities have been seen in Amherst. So I think that's a question that has to be considered. How are we going to deal with that issue? I'm sorry, I'm kind of all over the place because I've been reading so much stuff in the last 2 or 3 days. So my apologies for that.
No, that's fair. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, could I just briefly comment on that? I think on the first part, Margaret, I just want to acknowledge that I don't think anyone here is not committed, public comment or this dialogue is not committed to trying to figure out what's best for kids. I think there's legitimate disagreements on what that is. And I think the letter was an attempt to say, if we're not going to do option A, then we really need to do option B because our kids need it, right? And it was intentionally not, our preference was already stated prior, and we need to move forward. So I just want to say that, and I'm glad you raised that, and I think it was raised before, that, everyone's trying to figure out what do we think is the best for the kids. And my concern is that we end up in a place where we don't take action collectively, and that's definitely not best for kids. I think everyone would agree with that. In terms of your second piece, we've actually gotten much better about field usage. There was, again, some of you who were on the committee 3 or 4 years ago will remember we had lots and lots of people coming with concerns about fields. And I think as Victoria indicated earlier, she works with Adam and the DPW crew of when we can not use fields and use them. I think, unfortunately, for our student athletes, that often means indoor practices or watching video instead of actually practicing their sport. But we're much more aggressive about closing fields than we used to be. And I think that's helped them be better maintained. I don't want to suggest they're good, right? Jaden and others accurately describe them, but we had even larger problems 3 or 4 years ago where we weren't monitoring the fields. I think one of the challenges we find is our fields are right next to downtown Amherst, and so right, I was referencing in a conversation earlier today another community where the fields happen to be sort of just where they are in the school. They're sort of secluded behind the school. They're not gated off. Anyone can use them. They're available for the public. But if you were driving by, say you were a college student, you were driving by, you would have to look really hard to find them. That is not the case for our fields, and that does lead to challenges in terms of public use, exactly as you stated. But we've really tightened up our use policy, and I really want to thank DPW and Victoria for doing their best to tighten that up. It leads to some awkward conversations, both with student athletes, coaches, as well as community members when we see the fields are closed. We can't monitor them 24 hours a day, but it's much better than it was 4 or 5 years ago because of their efforts.
Thank you.
Allison.
Yeah. I first want to address the claims that some are making, both outside of this meeting and during this meeting, that they're making that we did not fully consider or vet our choices that we made when we voted in March on this debt authorization for this project. I can't speak for others on this committee, but I can speak about myself. We've been talking about this project for as long as I've been on this school committee, since the spring of 2018. When this project was first brought to the school committee, I remember being skeptical about the recommendation for artificial turf. I'm somebody who has been aware, even long before my kids began playing sports on fields, both grass and artificial, and before I was elected to school committee, was aware of the debates and concerns about artificial turf. Just because, so I did my research, I asked the questions, maybe not in every single public meeting, but I did do the research back then and continue to do that. So to suggest that because we did not discuss it at 2 specific meetings does not necessarily mean that anybody on this committee did not do their homework and was not prepared and did the research and really considered that. I'll also note that the reports that were that came to the regional school committee in 2018 and 2019 were the culmination of 2 years of region and town of Amherst work. There was, as some of the public commenters had mentioned, there was significant investment in forming a working group that was made up of residents and town staff, residents from our 4 towns, not just Amherst. They hosted 3 public forums to collect input from our communities on this project and the considerations that they were looking at. And I'm glad that Margaret, you were rereading that report. It's been available for 4 years. It has detailed analysis of the usage of our fields and the considerations and thoughts of sort of what are the limitations of grass versus artificial turf, what are the potential costs, and they're all like ballpark estimates. They're not absolutely not direct cost budgets for the town of Amherst or the regional school committee, but it's all there. And we've been discussing this for years. So the fact that we didn't discuss it at a particular meeting, that when we were talking about the funding plan, is not a dereliction of duty. It's the responsibility of each and every one of us to educate ourselves and to raise the questions and discussion that we deem pertinent to the decision at hand. Just because those of us that have been talking about this and researching this for years on this committee does not mean that we did not do that work. But talking about the question at hand tonight, I do continue to believe that the project, what we're calling option A or plan A with the artificial turf field, is in the best interest of our students and school community for all the reasons that that my colleagues have mentioned already tonight. Most importantly, that as beautiful as we might deem a natural, or nothing's natural, grass field for that inner field, it doesn't address one of the major issues that study years ago and uncovered, and that we're still facing today, which is that overuse. And we just heard our friends from the DPW and Victoria sort of remind us that that is one of our chief problems in maintaining those fields. So Mike, and I've also heard some in the community and on the town council talk about, well, we're investing all this money for a niche population or a small population. And I just want to point out, thank you to Victoria for sharing the numbers, because they hadn't yet been published on the MIA website. But in last year, we had 254 students participating in sports in the fall, 235 students participating in winter sports. Of course, those don't use the track and fields, but 273 students participating in spring sports. That's out of 858 enrolled students at our high school. For comparison, we had 281 students taking visual art courses at the high school. We had 146 students taking music courses at the high school, and 71 students taking theater courses at the high school. So this is not by any means a small or niche population that we're talking about, and investing in sort of their well-being and things that keep them going to school. I want to also, like, we talk about the cost of grass, so it doesn't address the problem of overuse. I also am really, really concerned about the commitment in terms of both capital costs. We just heard we might even need a well in addition to irrigation. I don't think a well was considered in that original Weston Sampson report. But the maintenance costs, and we might be all excited and be able to get that funding right now, but town council members change, school committees change, and are we going to be able to commit to the long term, which is the forever, to be able to maintain those fields to the way that we need to, and to maintain that use. Never mind the fact that we need additional fields, more fields than we currently have to meet the demand for field usage. So for even if we wanted to support grass fields and that cost, there's so many other things that are begging for our funding. Peter mentioned the capital needs, but also from an operational budget. We're talking about salaries and wages. We talk about other sort of operational maintenance with our ongoing maintenance that's not capital spending in our school buildings. There's not enough money to meet all of the ideals that we want to hope for. So how do we best accomplish and meet the needs of our students, meet the needs of our staff and educators and our community, both with not just with this project, but in a total. So for that reason, I continue to support the option 3 or plan A with the artificial turf. I do really appreciate the letter that Mike and Victoria put together. It's super helpful in painting that picture of what the full context of this decision would be. And I think it's super important that we share our endorsement of that letter with the town council, and that they include that in their conversation as they reconsider this. Because it isn't just, do we do this turf or do we not? It's what is and it's not just sort of this investment right now in this project, but it's the long term, and the town council needs to have that information and to consider that as they're considering whether they want to support the project with the artificial turf or the plan B. And I would also ask, as many people have pointed out, there are 9 other turf playing fields in the town of Amherst. 9. That's not mentioning the dog park or the spray park or the other small instances. There's 9 other playing fields in the town of Amherst that have artificial turf. We've not heard a hoot, frankly, about concerns about toxic impacts on our environment and groundwater. So I would also ask that the town of Amherst begin to consider that as they're thinking about this, because that might help them think through how they might address any sort of needs with if we were to add 1 more to the 9 fields that already exist and that are already in use in our town.
Yeah, I just had a light bulb go off. So if there's no objections, I'd like to ask Guilford a question real quick, or Adam can answer this. So my question is based on something I just heard. Are there soil tests? Have we done soil tests on any of the fields around the high school to see if they contain PFAS or heavy metals or any other sort of like harmful chemicals? Like, is that something we do on a regular basis, or do we have any current data to that end?
I'll go ahead and answer that one. But no, we don't normally do soil samples like that. PFAS, even though we've been talking about it for a few years, is really just starting to emerge as a chemical of concern. I mean, farmers in Maine are now finding it in their farms and in their wells because it was used in products that were made in factories, and then the wastes were used for fertilizer. And everybody thought that was a great way to use the waste, was to turn into fertilizer. But now it's contaminated those farms. So PFAS is something that's really, it's not been required yet to test everything. We do test our drinking water, and our drinking water has come back with no PFAS in our drinking water. But like you say, it's in your life all around you, from the potato chip bag you eat your potato chips out of, to the Gore-Tex jacket you wear when it's raining, or when you're skiing, or when it's cold. PFAS is around you all the time. Your students actually are exposed to PFAS now because when they go to play on other people's turf fields, that material is there as well. But the level you're being exposed to is very small, is what we're finding out. But then no one knows what the long-term impacts of being exposed to these small quantities is. And that's the concern that everyone's seeing, including in recreation and water and wastewater world right now. But no, we don't test for PFAS or heavy metals because it's not really something that's required. If you want us to do it, we could give it a whirl and see how it goes. It is a very expensive test to do, and it's a very difficult sampling process to do it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I almost lost my order there. Jaden, go ahead.
Okay, so I would just like to address the topic of option 2 and the implications of possibly pursuing installing new grass fields. I think that replacing our grass fields with new grass fields is not going to solve much. We are just going to face the same problems again in the future. I think that there's a very high chance that this topic will simply resurface again, because no matter how high quality the grass fields are, they just simply cannot withstand the stress of fall and spring sports. Again, I would like to speak from personal experience with the fields, from when my team returned to soccer after the COVID-19 pandemic. So unfortunately, the spring sports had not had a season in the spring prior to when we returned, but the fields were in excellent condition as they had not been played on for months. I had never seen them in better shape. They were dry instead of their usual constant state of mud. And for the first time in forever, there were almost no bald patches of grass, and we could walk across it without our cleats sinking in. It was almost unrecognizable, but that lasted for about a week before they returned to their original state. So unless the town is prepared to invest in a grass field for each sports team, new grass fields are not a sustainable option. And it's not fair of us to continue to ask our incredible field maintenance staff to accomplish an impossible task. They work tirelessly to preserve our fields, but unfortunately, they can only do so much. If anyone is still not convinced of how desperate this situation is, I ask you to please take a drive out to the high school after a rainy day and walk across our field. And after you do that, try running across it with a soccer ball or lacrosse stick and pretend that your scholarship depends on it. As a student at AHS, I'm overwhelmed with the support that this town has for its children, and I know everyone just has our best interest at heart with the right intentions. But again, as a student, I think that a turf field is truly best for the ARHS community, and I know that I will never get to play on it being a senior, but I hope that my younger teammates and the rest of Amherst youth will have the opportunity to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input, Jaden. Irv, go ahead.
Just one final comment. Just when I think about the amount of time that we've spent talking about artificial turf versus natural grass, etc. tonight, and all of our deliberations leading up to our vote for the option that we favored, I would love to go back to see if any minutes contain any arguments for or against artificial turf that came up either by public comment or within the school committee itself. Because again, when it first hit, it was something like, wow, if that were something was on my radar screen, I would have certainly flagged it, because this is Amherst. This is Amherst, and it certainly would have been an issue that we would have flagged. I say we, the school committee, and dealt with it right then and there. That did not occur because it didn't come up.
Thank you, Irv. Peter?
I move that the Regional School Committee restates our support for option 3 of the track and field project and endorses the inclusion of the superintendent's and athletic director's letter when the Amherst Town Council discusses whether to reconsider its recent vote.
Second.
Moved by Peter, seconded by Allison, and we'll open up for discussion. Jennifer?
So I have a question for Mike and or Victoria about the letter. So the very first bullet point, commit to reserving all current and future CPA funding for installing grass fields at ARHS until this urgent situation is resolved. Do you mean all CPA funding, like all of it? Like the CPA wouldn't fund like the Crocker Farm project or any of the other CPA applications that have come to the CPA board? Like, do you actually mean all CPA funds?
I think it was intended to mean the CPA funds that are used for outdoor recreation.
And sorry, I don't really know how CPA operates. Like, are there some CPA funds for outdoor and then some CPA funds for something else? Like, are there categories like that?
I think other people could probably weigh in better than me on that. Doug probably in particular, but some of your colleagues perhaps as well.
Yep. Doug, real quick.
Yeah, CPA is a type of property tax separate from the base property tax. It's limited for use in 4 particular areas: historic preservation, affordable housing, open space and recreation. And so those are the 4 categories of spending that can be done, and a certain percentage has to be spent on each of those areas. So yeah, there are certain specific areas that it can be spent on, and certain percentages that have to be at a minimum spent on in those areas.
Craig, go ahead.
As much as I agree that we need to move forward, clearly time is not working with us. And I do like the idea of supporting Mike and Victoria's letter, which I also appreciated very much, seeing it the next day. As far as calling a vote, as far as this motion that's been seconded, that is on the table, my concern is that we are walking straight into the same problem that we've been facing, which is that there are concerns from the community that were persuasive enough to the town council to cause a deadlock vote, to stop at least the funding source that this committee is relying on for option 3 to go ahead. It feels to me, we meet regularly enough so that I'm not trying to postpone or delay anything. It feels premature that we do not have a discussion point, a bullet list of pros and cons that addresses the concerns that have been brought to us. It feels premature to restate, to revote on option 3 when questions have been raised. And again, Ben said earlier, we don't have answers. All we have are opinions. So I think if we need pros and cons, I think. I mean, I've heard a lot of different ideas, a lot of different thoughts be cast recently. And I don't think we have anything that we can, our community here can endorse to put forward and say, this school committee agrees that these are the pros and cons. Maybe we'll never be able to get there. And perhaps that's a real concern. But I have yet to see us coalesce around our understanding of where we are, what we, aside from in conversation, but something that we can put forth in a written document that'll make it easy to consume, and something that we can endorse and persuade, if the vote goes forward, can be persuasive to other elected officials.
Yeah, before I take anyone else, I'm inclined to agree with Craig on that. That like, if we are going to have a revote, I think we need to have like a drill down deep. I hate that term. Conversation, a thorough conversation, a robust conversation. If we're going to revote it, like the way I kind of look at it, at this point, we said what we said, right? If that fails again, then and we have to regroup, then we need to have like a very thorough conversation here. Who was first? Irv.
I don't think I was first, but I think that revoting that, I do not see the downside of that, because no matter what, as Craig said, we are going to have to look at all the pros and cons and come up with a conclusion. What we do know is that in relationship to artificial turf, in terms of harm that it causes, that there are both pros and cons. There's scientific evidence that says yes, there is harm, and there is scientific evidence that says whatever harm there is minimal. And then so that's never going to be settled. The scientific part of it, the data part of it, is never going to be settled. But what we can settle, and what we do know, that if we fail to move forward in an expeditious manner, we will lose the opportunity to be able to get those playing fields ready for the upcoming season. And we just can't afford to do that. And so I'm looking forward. I didn't know, and I'm glad Peter brought it up, that the town council is going to reconsider their vote. My hope is that there's enough votes this time that this moves forward, because all of them, everyone who's out there is going to be coming to talk for town councils, going to come to the same conclusion we have and will come to, and everyone else is, that there's not enough data or evidence to support a conclusion that the artificial turf is really detrimental to the health of people. There's not going to be enough evidence there, and the evidence on the other side will be just as powerful. So I think that I really support Peter's motion.
Allison, and then I'll take Margaret.
Forgive me, I'm not intending this to be, chastising, but the detailed list of pros and cons has been available for a long time. There's on the school committees looked at it in the past. It's available on that community field master plan, which we shared, I think, when we were talking about it, because it wasn't shared in the packet. And Mike or somebody shared a link to that community master plan after that meeting. So we have plenty of material that details sort of pros and cons. The only new, the new piece of information is PFAS, but it's not new, because it's just new because some people in the community have raised that here, but it doesn't change, because if you look at the pros and cons, the comments about potential environmental impacts, negative potential for negative environmental impacts is listed as a potential con for artificial turf. So we have that information. And also, again, forgive me, but that detailed discussion is what we're doing right now. That's what we were supposed to prepare for tonight, is to have that detailed conversation. That's why we put it at our last meeting. We talked about putting it on the agenda this time so that we could discuss it. So I am in favor of this motion. I second it, because I do believe we have plenty of information to be able to have this discussion right now. And that was the intent of this meeting.
Thank you, Margaret.
I disagree with the coupling of endorsing Mike and Victoria's letter with the other part of the motion. I would definitely vote to support Mike and Victoria's memo. I am not inclined to support the other part at this point in time. I don't see the necessity of doing that vote tonight myself.
Thank you, Margaret. Peter?
I move to amend the motion such that it states the Regional School Committee endorses the inclusion of the superintendent's and athletic director's letter when the Amherst Town Council discusses whether to reconsider its recent vote.
Interesting. Second.
Is there any further discussion on this? Jennifer, go ahead.
Peter, could you please repeat that?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
So just to clarify, so the original motion was I move that the Regional School Committee restates our support for option 3 of the track and field project and endorses the inclusion of the superintendent's and athletic director's letter when the Amherst Town Council discusses whether to reconsider its recent vote. And the move to amend is to essentially begin the motion at, I move that the Regional School Committee endorses the inclusion of the superintendent's and athletic director's letter when the Amherst Town Council discusses whether to reconsider its recent vote. Is that clear? I can't copy into the chat, so.
Is there any further discussion on this newly amended motion? Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comments. I mean, personally, I tend to agree with the points Allison made that I don't think that in terms of pragmatically that our decisions are going to be much different if we have, an extended, let's, re-adjudicate everything and talk about every aspect of PFAS and whatnot. And so I don't see a lot of utility to that. However, I understand that the feeling of some members that, we voted this 8-1. It's a pretty strong endorsement on its own. We have a process. We're waiting until January 16th. The Amherst Town Council is going to do what the Amherst Town Council is going to do. And so we hope that as they deliberate and make their own decision, because it's their own free cash to decide what they want to do, that they consider the salient points made in this letter, and then we'll see where we're at. I respect that. So that's why I just moved to amend the motion such that it's just the Regional School Committee endorses the inclusion of the letter when the Town Council needs to reconsider. Reconsidering.
Jennifer?
Okay, so it's about the letter. Sorry, I'm just making sure I understand what's happening. So the town council's agenda for December 5th hasn't been posted yet. So we don't know that they're going to reconsider. They very well may not. Or do we know? Because you said when the town council moves to reconsider. So I'm confused as to how do we even know that they're going to reconsider?
Peter, you can respond.
That's what I understand is going to happen. I don't think there's any debate about that. Is there? December 5th, they're moving to reconsider. That's how I understand it.
But, oh, okay, it's not on their agenda. So I don't.
What's the date?
December 5th is their next meeting?
They got 48 hours before their meeting to include.
Right, but okay, so how do we know what's going to be on the agenda if it's not posted?
You don't.
Should we re-amend and add if rather
No,
than
my understanding is the town sorry.
Yep, go ahead, Peter.
My understanding the town council has already been informed that that's going to happen on their agenda. So there you go. I mean, I don't understand the complication of the semantics. If we endorse this and they change their agenda, then what's, you know?
Can we endorse this regardless of whether they take it up on their agenda or not? Can we just say we endorse this letter written by our superintendent and athletic director? Is that a thing we can do? Go ahead, Peter. You can respond to that.
We can make any motion we want. I mean, for me, the purpose of this motion, vis-a-vis when the Amherst Town Council discusses whether to reconsider its recent vote, is that it's salient information that the Town Council, so in my view, which is why I made the motion this way, should consider when it's weighing the pros and cons, the costs and benefits of either supporting the regional school committee's 8-1 vote for the synthetic field or opting to go the other route. That's why I feel it's valuable to identify the context. You know, we don't just endorse it as this is a well-written letter, but we endorse it. This is information that ought to be considered at that table at that time.
All right. Sarah Bess, should we consider your?
I guess my question is whether or not it's on the Amherst Town Council agenda currently. Does that really matter whether we choose to vote to endorse this letter or not? I mean, if the Amherst Town Council chooses to take another look at their vote, then I think we won't have time to be prepared with this letter to go with our endorsement with we have to make it all happen. So I am all in favor of voting to support this amendment and hope, fingers crossed, it goes back to the Amherst Town Council for them to reconsider their vote. And if it does, then we are prepared with our theoretically supported letter. So I don't know if it matters to us specifically whether or not it's on their agenda already.
Thank you, Sarah Bess. Allison?
I just wanted to note that that I am aware of that the town council members received an email making notice that there was going to be a motion to reconsider.
And Irv?
I want to call the question on this.
Okay. Let me take Jennifer real quick, then Peter real quick, and then let's go ahead and vote this.
Okay, so I have two questions. So I get what you're saying about that. It doesn't matter that it's not on the agenda yet. I have two questions about the letter. First, I'm still a little stuck on commit to reserving all current and future CPA funding. It doesn't say outdoor funding. It says all. So I'm concerned that that we're saying all means all. And even if we could amend, I don't know if the letter can be amended to say outdoor CPA funding, but that still impacts the Crocker Farm Playground project, which I feel like I'm not comfortable voting in favor of that letter if it's going to affect another project for another committee that some of us sit on. In addition, the fourth bullet point, commit to limiting community use of those fields so they can be maintained over time according to industry standards. So like we've talked about how Amherst pays the lion's share of these projects because the Amherst community benefits from these fields more than the other towns do. And so now we're asking the town of Amherst to commit this funding, but we're telling the town, but don't have your community members use it. It feels a little heavy-handed, and it feels, I don't know, there's things about this letter that I'm not comfortable with. So I'm leaning towards not supporting this vote.
Procedurally, do we need to vote to call the question? That's all right? So let's do that. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah. So technically, calling the question is like a informal way of saying move to end debate. So it's a motion, and so it's like any motion. You need to if you're trying to end debate with a procedure. Usually we just agree, right? But if you're trying to end debate with a procedure, you can either at this point withdraw the motion or move to end debate and ask for a second, and then we discuss that motion. And then if that passes, then we're back to, we should remember, we're on a motion to amend this motion, right? And so ultimately we're going to have to get past that, and then we're on the main motion. So so yes, if you want to call the question, you move to end debate and then needs a second and whatnot. And then remembering that even after that, we're on the motion to amend.
In that case, I second Irv's call question. Roll call vote. Sarah Bess.
Sarah Bess, aye.
Jennifer.
So this is the motion to end debate.
Correct.
Jennifer, yes.
Craig.
Craig, aye.
Irv.
Irv, aye.
Allison.
Allison, aye.
Peter.
Peter, aye.
Oh, Stephen.
Stephen, aye.
Margaret.
Margaret, aye.
And Ben, aye. It is unanimous. Now we will vote the. Wait, do we have a second on the previous amendment? We got pretty.
So this has ended debate on the. I'm sorry, I should.
I got that part. Yeah.
Yeah. So that means we immediately move to a vote on the motion to amend.
Is there a second?
Well,
Second.
That was seconded by Irv.
Got it.
Oh.
It was already, yeah.
I just have a procedural question, Ben, as the chair. Since Peter made the motion and then Allison seconded it, and then Peter suggested the amendment and Irv seconded it, does the amendment need to be voted on?
I believe
Yes.
so. That's the part we would be voting on now. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, sorry. So just to be clear, so we just moved to end debate. We've just moved to end debate on the motion to amend. The motion to amend is to change the text of the original motion to the new text of the motion. The motion that now reads, if this amendment passes, I move that the regional school committee endorses the inclusion of the letter only, right? So that's the motion that has just ended debate. So now we vote on that. If that passes, then the motion is amended. And then we're back on the main motion, and we can choose to continuing to discuss that if we want, or we can choose to go to a vote at what time we wish. Is that clear? Is that clear for everybody?
Yeah, in other words, we got to vote on that amendment because we
Yes.
came back to it. We have to vote on that.
Right. So it's raised by Peter as amended, seconded by Irv. Is there any need for further discussion? Go ahead and take a vote.
We just voted to end discussion, so
Yeah.
we have to take a vote.
My bad. Yep, you're correct. So we'll take that roll call vote then. Sarah Bess?
Sarah Bess, aye.
Jennifer?
Jennifer, no.
Craig?
Craig, aye.
Irv?
Irv, aye.
Allison?
Allison, aye.
Peter?
Peter, aye.
Stephen?
Stephen, aye.
Margaret?
Margaret, aye.
Why do I feel like I missed somebody?
You, Ben.
Me? Ben, aye. So motion passes 8-1. And what is there any further discussion on the, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the comments, particularly Margaret. Yeah, I that's what prompted me to make that amendment and to express what the committee is currently feeling right now. So thank you for making that suggestion.
Perfect. And is there any further discussion on the update on the track and field? Or can we move ahead? All right, so we will move ahead to, this is probably going to be a little bit long, the warrant report.
Oh, Ben.
Oh, sorry.
So we're still on the motion.
Oh, good Lord. Yes, my bad. Trying to rush ahead here. All right. So the original motion, correct?
The amended motion, the one that we just amended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Jennifer, do you have a clarifying or procedural question here?
Could the motion be read? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm lost now. We voted to amend the motion And what is it that we're going to do next?
Vote the amended motion. Peter, go ahead.
Got it. Thank you.
There's like a little rabbit hole that happened there for me. I don't know about anyone else. Jennifer, go ahead.
Could the motion be read one more time so that we're all clear what we're voting on?
It's probably a really good idea right now. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to defer to Maylene, or I can just read it back. I move that the Regional School Committee endorses the inclusion of the superintendent's and athletic director's letter when the Amherst Town Council discusses whether to reconsider its recent vote.
Second.
Well, it's already been moved. I was just restating it.
All right. Now we can take this vote. All right. We'll start with Margaret.
Margaret, aye.
Stephen.
Stephen, aye.
Peter.
Peter, aye.
Allison.
Allison, aye.
Irv.
Irv, aye.
Craig.
Craig, aye.
Jennifer.
Jennifer, no.
Sarah Beth.
Sarah Beth, yes.
And Ben, also yes. The motion passes 8-1. So now, is there any further discussion on the topic? Irv, go ahead. Sorry.
The warrant report is coming up, and it's rather long.
Yeah.
And I have had an inoculation today, and it is playing havoc with my strength. So I'm going to have to excuse myself from the rest of the meeting.
Is Allison our backup for that? Do I have that right in my head? And is it okay for her to read the warrant reports? Go ahead, Allison.
I am the backup, but I don't believe that I've signed all of them. I can only report on ones that I've signed. And I don't, there's nothing attached, so I don't.
Right. And I've signed about 10 of them.
I can check and see if I have any still to region ones.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, so Irv, I want Irv to feel better. I'm sorry you're experiencing the after effects. We probably do need to meet later this week then for them to get read, because we have bills that need to get paid. That's not your fault, Irv. It's just the reality. So we don't have to do this right now, but we will have to post a meeting. I guess it would have to be Friday and try to find it, because.
But Mike, all those things have been signed.
Yeah, so the business
the law
office
only requires that they be read, but the law does not require that they cannot that bills cannot be paid until they are read.
Yeah, I think there may be a disagreement. I don't. This is not something I know, Irv. It's just I've been told that things are held up till they're read in a public meeting, and so I'm not trying to push you to do it now, Irv. We can try to find a time. It could be a 10-minute meeting on Friday that we put together just to have this happen.
The other thing is, and I'm really tired. Is that these are posted. We're supposed to be posted on board docs the last time, so that anyone can read those, including Allison or anyone else on the school committee. Okay. So if they're on board docs as supposedly, then we can continue and have that done now.
So I see them on board docs. Could we have Doug weigh in?
I'm signing off.
Thank you, Irv. Feel better.
Ben, I have three. I have three that I have signed. I don't think it's a matter. The report has to be given by the person who signed. So they can be attached, but the report out.
It has to be the
my
person.
Understanding the person, only the person who signed it can say I signed it. But I do have three region ones. It looks like that I can read. So would you like me to read those?
Yes,
okay.
please.
So I, Allison McDonald, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $665,034.57 for a warrant dated November 16th, 2022. This includes general fund expenses of $665,016.54 and revolving fund expenses of $18.03. And I signed that on November 21st. I, Allison McDonald, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $555,553.12 for a warrant dated November 14th, 2022. This includes general fund expenses of $441,933.15, grant fund expenses of $14,463.91, other funds of $95,081.06 for capital and $4,075 for, I can't read this handwriting, tailings. And I signed that on November 21st, 2022. And I, Allison McDonald, authorized by my signature payables in the amount of $302,724.43 for a warrant dated November 3rd, 2022. This includes general fund expenses of $302,677.27 and revolving fund expenses of $47.16. And I signed that on November 11th, 2022. And that's it.
Thank you. Next, we have the FY23 first quarter report. Is that Doug, or is Mike going to set that up?
I think I'll turn that over to Doug. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Doug, you should be all set now.
If I turn on my microphone, sorry, just share the document with you you've had. And given the hour and the fact that it's the first quarter, which is by far the easiest quarter to report on, I'll try to keep my remarks fairly concise here. The short story relative to the first quarter budget and how we're performing relative to budget is that we're in good shape by and large. There are a couple areas, and I'll touch on those in a minute, but by and large, we're proceeding as we expect. The difficulty with the first quarter is 2 of the 3 months are not when school's in session, so the number of people that we have that are working is far less, and so our salaries are typically under 25% at that point, just because we just don't have as many people working. But even with that, we would expect about 15% to be spent. We're a little under that, which is good news. It did mean we were delayed in getting some of our hiring done, and so that's preserve some funding that we may be able and may need to use elsewhere in our budget later on in the year. We'll keep an eye on that. Our other 2 areas of contract funding and substitutes are in sort of the place where we would expect them to be and in good order. As far as our expense accounts are concerned, we're largely in good shape. There are some things that we do early in the fiscal year, such as renew software licenses, pay our Hampshire County retirement, et cetera, that tend to sort of bolster up our spending early in the first quarter. The other thing you'll notice is there are several areas where the encumbrances, in other words, the projected spending is fairly robust. That's anticipation of buying some things. Our facilities group, tend to set aside and create encumbrances in order to make purchases relative to paper products and custodial supplies, that sort of thing. Some known quantities relative to our special education spending. We reserve the money in place for placements for kids that are in out of district placements, that sort of thing. So in all the totality of it, our budget's in pretty good shape. The 2 areas, the English language or the English learner education and special education, are both 2 areas that have a little bit of concern. They're a little more aggressively encumbered than we would like. And I think that there are a couple of things to keep in mind here. First is that if you look in particular at English learner education, there's not been any spending as of the first quarter, so they're prepared to spend for translation, that type of thing. But nonetheless, we're still over encumbered there. I think that there are potentially some grants that might cover some of that expense, and also we may not realize some of that expense. So we'll work closely with our English learner education department to make sure that we're going to stay on budget through the course of the year. We've got time to take action if we really do need that level of funding. Likewise with special education, there are some grants that will apply to mitigate some of those costs. So we sort of started by putting those reserves and encumbrance in anticipation of some spending, and then we'll shift costs to potentially some grants, some other funding sources that we have, and that'll hopefully reduce those as well. But nonetheless, they're both areas that at this point, to be at this level of spending is something we want to keep an eye on. But again, the actual spending is not too worrisome. It's more about how much we've encumbered and where we think our projections are going to go for the rest of the year. But again, not worried about it at this moment. I think we're keeping an eye on it, and we'll come back to you as we get into second, third quarter and talk about whether we need to move some resources around to meet the needs in those areas. But again, long story short, our budget's in good shape at the end of the first quarter, and I'll be happy to answer any questions anyone has about the budget.
We have any questions? All right. Thank you, Doug. We can move on to the middle school roof project and MSBA pause. Mike, or
I'll start and Doug can jump in. So a number of years ago, we requested from the member towns funding to replace the middle school roof, which is beyond its useful life. Our staff does incredible work trying to patch things together, but it leaks, right? Yeah, I think you heard that at public comment the last meeting as well. We've continued to patch things together the best we could. We've applied to MSBA funding, and that was part of the kind of discussion as we brought it to the member towns several years ago. At that point, MSBA was funding roofs that were 25 years old. At that point, our roof was 25 years old, and we anticipated getting funding that would cover, in the neighborhood of half the cost of it, give or take, depending on some variables. We and Steve will know this well from his relationship in Shutesbury, continued to apply, and they said, actually, we have too many, so we're going to make it 26 years. Next year was 27 years. So we kept on being 2 years behind the queue because it was originally supposed to be 25 years. It was more, and it kept on going up and up and up. And Shutesbury Elementary School had the same experience. That's why I'm pointing it out. Steve knows very well about this. And most recently, and this was an attachment in the packet, the MSBA decided to pause their what's called accelerated repair program. The accelerated repair program is something that helps districts improve windows, boilers, or roofs. So we had a window project a bunch of years ago before I was in this role at the middle school. That was an MSBA project. And part of the reason they paused it is because of the cost escalation, they're having a lot of projects not move forward. And so right now we're sort of in a awkward in-between place where we technically could move forward. We did have the appropriation from the towns. There wasn't anything written in about MSBA funding, but there was discussion about MSBA funding contributing to the cost and the member towns not eating the full cost of replacing the roof. On the flip side, the escalation piece is very real. And so in speaking with Rupert, it's, how long is the pause going to last is uncertain. What they'll do once the pause is done in terms of the projects, there's some perception among some that MSBA projects, because they're bid at a certain level, end up being a little more expensive for this particular area. It's not my area of expertise, but that's part of the discussion. So I just wanted to bring it to both the public and the school committee's opinion. This isn't necessarily an action item tonight, that we are going to need to replace the middle school roof. The towns were incredibly supportive of us doing this with the assumption that we would get MSBA funding to defray some of the cost. That looks like it's in question. And the reason I wanted to talk about tonight is I know we'll have one meeting in between, but we do have a 4-town meeting coming up as I said, in December 18th. I might have said 19th before, but I believe it's the 18th. No, I believe it's the 17th. I'm sorry. My son's birthday's around there. It gets all foggy in my mind, so I apologize. And I think this is something we're going to need to bring up with the 4 towns, that they made this commitment, several years ago. We keep on applying, keep on not getting through, and we won't be able to wait forever. And so I didn't want the school committee to be surprised by this topic or the recent decision of the MSBA to pause things, because that certainly was a surprise, I think, to everyone involved, for all the communities, not just ours, but I've heard from other superintendents. And I think, in addition to talking about the typical things we talk about at four-town meetings, I think this is going to be something, given the price tag and the issues that we have with our roof, that we are going to need to talk about if we're going to wait a while, what's an interim plan for, fixes and improvements that's beyond our folks going up on the roof and doing the best they can, because this is not going at the pace that we assumed or anyone assumed at the time at which we asked for the appropriation. That's sort of, Doug, I'm trying to think if there are other pieces that we want to share at this point.
No, I think that really captures it, and articulates sort of where we're at. There's a lot of unknowns relative to what MSBA will do or when it will potentially bring back the accelerated repair program. So, it makes forecasting how soon we might be able to be in that program, and therefore, the sort of financial pieces of when we would borrow and how we would finance it, a bit tricky. But at the same time, the roof's not getting any younger and not getting any better. So we may need to think about what are our strategies relative to repair in the short term, and what the towns want to do. You as school committee members in the towns want to do relative to approaching that.
Margaret, and then Peter.
Just a question. So the middle school and the solar study that was done, that we got the report from, I don't know, 1 or 2 meetings ago, the middle school was the optimal roof for having solar. And I wonder, is that in any way an incentive for getting for spending money on the roof in terms of the towns? Just a question.
I'm not trying to be flip, but when you say incentive, can you share? Are you talking about a financial incentive or more a political incentive to move forward with
an
it?
An argument for going ahead with the roof repair without the MSBA support.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure. My sense is that's a conversation we should have at the four-town meeting. I don't want to predict how the towns will respond, but I think you're thinking about it very similar to the way we're thinking about it. Is we should have an honest conversation, and there may be more of an interest because there are some credits that could come from having solar on the roof. It's also going to increase the price of the project, because then you're not just replacing the roof, you're investing resources in creating a roof that could support solar. Right. So it's a complex conversation that I think we need to at least start with the four towns next month.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret.
So, Peter, go
ahead. Some questions and then a comment. The questions are all financial. About how much money would we save if we got into the ARP? How much? How long can we delay with temporary fixes? How long can we keep the ship afloat and at the reasonable level we need it to be? And how much does it cost to continue that to delay in terms of repairs, more than just someone going up on the roof with at a low cost? Because what I'm trying to understand is the trade-offs here, right? You said we can't delay forever, but we could delay 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. And so what I'm trying to weigh the balance, right? Of like, what's our incentive is that we might get into the ARP at some point and save some amount of money. And the cost of waiting is that we're going to have to invest to some degree to make sure that the roof stays viable.
Yeah. And so some of that we are working on, and Doug will remember better than me, I believe, but the company that did the initial roof study, we're looking at one area of the roof that wasn't part of that study to try to get a sense of the answer to some of those questions. I'm not sure we'll have all the full answers by December, but we are trying to access the same experts to come in. Doug or maybe Ben might remember. I can't remember the name of that.
Gale Associates.
Thank you, Gale Associates, to look at other parts of the roof that weren't part of the original study, because as it ages, we want to make sure we know, all right, what would we do to keep this afloat a little better than it is now, and how long could that answer? There's no perfect science to it. I want to be really clear. Like if Rupert was here, I've talked to him, and if Gail was here, they would say, we can give you our best guess, but they can talk about structural integrity, like things aren't going to, like not roof collapse, that kind of thing. But it's more as we go through the winter and then early spring season where we're likely to have more, snow melting, and that leads to all sorts of issues. That's the kind of thing that we're trying to stay on top of and trying to get a better sense of that. Doug, is that, I saw your hand was up and went down. I don't know if is that what you're going to say, or you want to add to anything?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I'll add just one small thing, just a quick thing on the question of solar. When with that solar study, they made no presumptions about the ability of the roofs to hold the solar. So it's one of the factors that would have to be evaluated as to, there are different options about solar on a roof that you have to consider and what it would take to sort of reinforce if necessary. So that would be an open question. It's part of the calculus that we'd have to do to figure out is the incentives, whether it be political and or literally financial and environmental, sufficient to move ahead before MSBA. But again, I think number of open questions relative to how much the accelerated repair program would reimburse. I mean, I think the rule of thumb is about 50%. So, half the cost of our roof could be borne by the state, which makes it a lot more affordable to do. But again, we're trading that off against, a series of more modest repairs in the meantime that do get the full value out of those relative to what we save.
Yep, Peter.
Okay, thank you for that. So I look forward to getting those numbers at some point. So I mean, my comment is that I really feel like we need to be driven by making sure that we maintain a safe roof, right? And obviously, if we feel like we can't do that with a short-term repair, then we just have to move forward. Doesn't and say, oh well, we didn't get in the ARP and that's that. But barring that, I'm really driven by trying to minimize the capital burden on our member towns. We've heard so much about the strain. We all know here that of the capital projects at the region that we're not getting to, and that's becoming more of a concern. And so anything we can possibly do to squeeze more juice out of this limited resource, I think is really important. And with the ARP, it's obviously we don't know. But there are major variables at the state level that have changed recently. So, there's the Fair Share Amendment that is going to pour billions into infrastructure and schools. We don't know exactly if that could affect MSBA. There's a new governor coming in that obviously changes the landscape. So you can't make any conclusions, but what's not debatable is that there are major shifts going on, right? And so could that potentially impact a brighter future for the ARP? And so I would want to get in touch with our state reps who obviously have a better sense of this, more direct sense of possibilities. So that's one that I think we should really try and keep as much of a close eye on as possible. The other thing is solar PPA, right? So power purchase agreements. And, and this isn't something I'm ready to conclude on or go through all the details for this particular use case, right? But just to broach the idea that, generally speaking, a PPA is minimal upfront cost, where you don't own the solar panels, but you get a discounted energy rate, sometimes very significantly. And there are vendors that, who work with schools who do no cost site assessments for this. I don't know whether we could leverage our previous study or not, but it's something that I think we should at least get all the information on, because it could potentially have a very significant reduction in the capital asked to our member towns. I understand that, when you talk about own versus PPA, there's a whole other issues, and we should get up to speed on learning that. But I just wanted to state that here so that we can maybe get the knowledge ball rolling about, what kind of variables do we need to consider to even explore that kind of option.
Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, so Shutesbury, we reached out to Joe Comerford, and she did some string pulling for us, and we ended up Shutesbury had its own personal meeting with the MSBA and DESE, and they were not very happy that that occurred. And so Shutesbury actually got into the boiler part of the program, and when they came out, they made it very clear that they were not there to talk about the roof. They weren't going to listen to anything about the roof. And so they've gone hardcore on not doing anything about roofs.
Perfect. Anything else to add from anyone? Any questions, concerns, etc.? All right, we'll move on to the budget survey results.
So I'm just going to introduce this. Allison, so the budget survey, Allison did the data analysis for us and has prepared some slides with the data. You all also should have received the file with all of the open-ended responses. It was a lot to read. If you haven't had the opportunity and could make time to read some of them, I think you would find it very interesting and informative. So that's really all I have to say, except to say thank you again very much to Allison for the extra work that she took on doing this.
Thanks. And I see, thanks, Mike. I will share my screen. I'm going to just like go through it quickly because it's late and we've all seen this. So I guess the would be like any questions or discussions as we go through this would be great. So I'm not going to dwell a lot on these. So hopefully people had a chance to read these. So the survey went out on October 18th and was open through November 1st. And the district distributed it via email and shared it on their social media. And this is just sort of how the preamble and how folks were invited into the survey. We got 244 responses, and in that time period, which the budget subcommittee sort of reviewed this together a week or so ago. We all were kind of impressed that we'd gotten this many. It was an even mix of school experience between high school and middle school. That said, looking at the data, it looked like most of or many, I shouldn't say most because I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but many of them were high school. Currently, you could just see that more like high school students, for example, that were reflecting on their middle school experience in the past versus current middle school students. But a good mix. Most of that 244 are parents, guardians. And this doesn't add up to, this is not 100% because people could select multiple. We had 59 employees, 31 students, and these community members, just for clarity, when I went through the rest of the slides, I did not break community members out. There was only one community member who was not also either an employee or a parent guardian. So I folded that one person into the parent guardian just so that you'll see that there. We asked about satisfaction with each school and our administration and our school committee. We offered the choice of no direct experience. So these tables, each of these next several slides include the no direct experience. But if you look in the headline, we also did a calculation of sort of what that percentage would be that's sort of somewhat or very satisfied based on just the people who did say they had direct experience. So here, 70% of respondents and 84% of those who said they had direct experience are somewhat or very satisfied with the high school. And this is relatively consistent across the different subgroups. 56% of responses, or 64% of those with direct experience, are somewhat or very satisfied with the middle school. 60% of respondents and 71% of those with direct experience are somewhat or very satisfied with the administration. Students, as you can see, most of them are, the largest proportion of them said that they did not have any direct experience with the administration. 40% of respondents and 61% of those with direct experience are somewhat or very satisfied with the regional school committee. And you can see this was something the budget subcommittee we talked about a lot, was that over a third of the parent guardians stated that they didn't have any direct experience with our committee. And some on the budget subcommittee expressed concern about that. And over half of the students, so small base size, but still over half of them. Majority of the respondents are at least somewhat familiar with our regional school budget. and financial situation. Very few said that they were very familiar with our school budget. Respondents mostly learn about our budget through our local newspaper, email from the district, or from word of mouth, talking with their friends and neighbors. This one, because of the complexity, the number of choices, I did break it out into 2 slides. So this is the total. And then the breakout, I included this because there are some differences. Given the small base size, it's hard to say that I did not do significance testing, but I would imagine these are more directional than anything. But it is interesting to see sort of the difference between what parents are saying versus what employees are saying about where they get their information about the school budget. The desire to maintain high quality schools motivates most of the respondents to participate in the budget process. And that's especially so when talking to parents and guardians, where it was over 3/4 of them said that they're motivated to participate in the budget process out of a desire to maintain a high quality school system. Students were more likely to say that it was out of concern of programs being added, reduced, or eliminated. So we asked this question and phrased it, saying, understand that ranking is difficult and all of these priorities are important. All of these factors are important. But we wanted to sort of, we said that having this ranking would be helpful for us as we go into the budget. So they were asked to rank these from 1 to 9, where 1 was the most important and 9 was the least important. So to make it sort of easier to follow, I grouped these into the proportion of respondents that ranked them in the top 3, middle 3, or bottom 3 as least important. And the sort of top 3 are ones that were the majority of folks rated those into the top 3 was competitive pay to attract and retain high quality teachers and staff, high levels of achievement of our, so producing or graduating college and career ready students, and small class sizes or a low student to teacher ratio. Electives in art, music, engineering, technology was also about 50% of the folks ranked that into the top 3. And then sort of in the next group, and to a certain extent, some people put electives in art, music, and engineering technology in the middle 3, but sort of the next group of middle 3 was quality classroom technology and materials, maintenance and upkeep of buildings and facilities, and communications and outreach with families and community. In terms of instructional programs, the next 3 slides are all a rating of quality on a scale of excellent, good, satisfactory, and needs improvement. And these graphs are sorting on the proportion of people who rated them as excellent. So topping this list is our theater and drama program, instructional programs, English and art and science, as well as music and music ensembles. At the lower end is our world language, physical education, and health. But the majority of those folks, it was just, they're not rating them as excellent, but they're also not significantly higher in needs improvement. Ratings of instructional materials. Here, I would say access to computers or digital devices was sort of rated as excellent. And again, none of these are really super high on needs improvement, with the exception maybe this availability of textbooks and instructional materials. But again, the majority of people are saying it's good to excellent. These support services were all rated fairly similar. I will say, I didn't put the individual base sizes for each individual one of these, but we allowed people to skip individual responses within these questions, and very few people rated the breakfast program. So this is a much smaller proportion of this 237. Now, the ratings of facilities and grounds, because the excellent ratings were all one low and very not very similar to each other, it was hard to see the difference. So, and because we saw much more high ratings on needs improvement, we chose to sort these on the needs improvement. So the ones with the lowest ratings or the highest rating of we need improvement on them are at the top of this graph. So the overall state of repair and maintenance of our school buildings, over half of respondents said that that needs improvement. Athletic facilities outdoors, also high proportion of folks saying that that needs improvement. An overall safe environment, parking area, driveways and sidewalks, overall appearance and cleanliness of school also sort of were high marks there. The less so and more sort of in the satisfactory to good area are our indoor athletics facilities, classroom furniture, and classroom space availability. So as Margaret said, the full report of all the open-ends is also attached to the agenda. We tried to pull out some of the core themes that we saw in the budget subcommittee in reading all of them. I will just say the number of people, so out of 160 odd parents and guardians, the fact that 117 of them wrote on added their open-ended comments, and a lot of them were not just sort of I like the classes, or I like my art teacher. They were well thoughtful, lengthy responses to a lot of these questions. A lot of the respondents gave really thoughtful and lengthy comments on multiple of these questions. So I encourage you to find the time to go read these, because I'm going to just say this doesn't do justice to the richness of information that we got in those open-ended comments. So these, in terms of pulling these themes, there was no coding or anything, statistical analysis of the qualitative responses. This is us reading them and sort of looking at sort of the recurring themes or recurring messages that we saw most frequently, on our subjective opinion as we read through these. So parents and guardians, in terms of what they value the most, diversity of the students and staff, a welcoming and inclusive atmosphere and curriculum in our schools, the breadth, quality, and rigor of programs. And then I mentioned, like, the things that people mentioned was core academics, arts and music, athletics and clubs, as well as the breadth of the advanced and college level courses that are available to our students. Dedicated teachers, staff, and administrators, and how they connect to and care for our students. Employees also cited the diversity of students and staff as one thing that they really value in our schools, and the commitment to equity and inclusion. They had talked about a sense of community, respectful, supportive, and inclusive community, and their dedicated teachers and colleagues. And students also reflect community and talked about it from a perspective of being open-minded and accepting. And they also really value the programs of the school, and they talk about the variety of courses and the offering of the athletics. In terms of what our schools could do better, again, 114 parents wrote, again, pretty lengthy and thoughtful comments here. Communication with families from the schools, and several of them cited the website in particular as needing improvement, as well as having a simple overview of programs. A few people talked about that the course book, course listing, program of study for the high school. Several parents commented about how complex that is to navigate, and sort of would appreciate a more simple overview. Parents talked about student accountability, discipline, and safety. And need for better supports for well-being and mental health of the students. In terms of the block schedule, there were lots of comments, particularly related to the need or the desire for full year math and world language instruction, not just one semester. There were comments about the organization and administrative leadership at the middle school, an organization in terms of sort of how the start of school was organized. That was mentioned frequently. And then the poor quality of the athletic facilities, particularly the track and field. Employees talked about communication between administrators and employees. They also talked about student accountability, discipline, and safety. They talked about wanting more vocational program offerings and higher pay. The students also wanted more electives, especially vocational electives. There seemed to be a lot of love among the 29 students that wrote for the cooking program to be brought back, preschool, as well as business and financial skills courses. They talked about athletic facilities, particularly the track and fields, and wanted more funding for the schools. And then in terms of information that people wanted to know more about the budget, you can see less engagement with this particular question. But parents and guardians wanted to know more about the compensation of staff and how that compares to area districts. They wanted to understand the spending on different programs, particularly arts, athletics, and STEM. They wanted to know more about costs per student and how that compares to area districts. Some of them mentioned costs per special ed versus gen ed students. They wanted to also understand what is the funding for facilities improvements. Among the 31 employees that responded to this, that said something, a lot of them, and I would say more of them, said they don't need any more information about the budget. And then those the others that did write, the common themes there were funding for facilities improvement and teacher compensation and the use of consultants. And I should say that none, and I know enough or I have enough information, was actual comments that they wrote in, not that they didn't answer the question. There was obviously 20 others that didn't even respond to this particular question. And the students, again, few of them responded to this, but they really wanted to know how big is the budget and where does the money go, and particularly athletics and the cost to bring back cooking. So again, I think in terms of the richness of information and thoughtful comments that we got from respondents in that open end, I think you'll find it as interesting as we on the budget subcommittee found it, to sort of read through all of the comments.
Yeah.
Jennifer?
So the survey was intended to inform our budget discussion and process for the next fiscal year. So what will that look like? How will the budget subcommittee use the survey results or who's going to use the survey results? Or how will the survey results be used in our budget process for the next fiscal year?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know that I can answer that for you tonight, Jennifer. You know, the budget process is just starting. And while I think we hope it will help inform the budget process, it's also intended to get some sense of how the community feels about what we're doing. Which is, I mean, the budget is a big part of that. It enables what we're doing. So in that sense, it is the budget. I will say we also talked about doing a student survey, but what came out of that was that that would be something, if we wanted to survey students in the same vein that we surveyed the kinds of questions we asked, which were satisfaction questions, that's really not a budget subcommittee thing, that would need to be something that was talked about by the entire committee. So I just want to mention that.
Allison?
Yeah, I think I think it's information to answer your question, Jennifer. I mean, this is information about what our um, a large proportion of our school community is thinking about, and how they think about um, what's going well in our schools, what we could be doing better. And so as we go forward into the budgeting process, I anticipate that we're going to have to be making some hard choices and hard decisions. And so having this information in the back of our heads and sort of as qualitative insight as we're evaluating that and sort of guiding our decision making, knowing clearly, people are rating our theater program very, very high. Those, our instructional programs. So probably not an area that we're going to want to look to make any cuts if we're having that kind of conversation, right? Or trying to remember some of the needs improvements, right? Like the safe environment or regular overall maintenance of our facilities. Well, we want to make sure that we're like thinking of that and that perspective as we go into the budget. No, it's not statistically representative, and we went into it not knowing that it would not be, but it's input, and it's input that we don't usually get. Usually it comes at the end of the process when we're at the budget hearing, when decisions have already been made, and it's much more difficult to sort of move the shell pieces, if you will, at that point of the process.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, thank you very much for the effort for doing this. It yielded much more detailed results than I was anticipating. I get, which is great. I didn't think people would spend that much time with the especially with the longer response questions. So, yeah, I mean, I look at this, like you said, it's not statistically representative, so it's not like you can plug it into a spreadsheet and then out pops the budget. But it's it's one of many qualitative pieces to the budget puzzle that we weigh in the way that we make decisions, right? And as a qualitative committee with multiple opportunities to discuss. I mean, I feel like these things have tend to take on more value in the aggregate with other pieces of qualitative information, right? Like if you're seeing the same themes emerge when you talk to parents that you're meeting at school, and the same thing when you talk to residents, and the same thing, then that tends to highlight and work off itself. So that's what, and I also think it's a good, especially if you do it in the next few years, to establish a precedent that this is something that we value and that has a meaningful impact on what we consider for the budget process. And so if people get used to that expectation, we should see more substantive and higher use case, higher use frequency in the response rate in the survey. So I think it's been a good effort. I certainly want to be able to take it back and ponder it further. Yeah, so Dr. Morris, I don't know if you're still there, but I was just curious as to, like, as you read through some of this, what you thought was like the most surprising piece. Some of these things I think have certainly come up in other conversations, and you could say, okay, yes. Other things maybe not so much. You're obviously in a much different position than us in terms of being in the schools 24/7. So, what kind of stood out to you that maybe you weren't expecting?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. There's so much data here that it's hard to. I mean, it compliments to the people who, Margaret, Allison, who put it together. I mean, there's so much data here. So I'm, much like Allison said before, I think the individual comments, having read them, stand out. But, that's less surprising, right? Because individuals, when they're given the opportunity to share and they share, you might learn things, but it doesn't. I'm struck by the word surprising, and I'm trying to think of that. So I guess I would say that I was surprised at some of the. Let me just pull it up one more time. Sorry, now that it's not on the screen. Yeah, I guess I was surprised with some of the familiarity of the budget. I mean, I not to harp on wording, but just it's such a complex thing at the regional schools, And it made me question what do people think when they use the word. I'm somewhat familiar with that. So I guess I would have guessed that number to be lower. And I think it's the curse of knowledge, because we are involved and you are involved in the budget so much. It's so, as opposed to even in the municipal budgets, it has so many layers. So I think for me, I always think about, oh, well, we're going to go to 410 meeting and work on assessment method and those pieces. But I think it's a good reminder to me to focus that people are going to be most connected to the thing they're directly affected by an experience. Right. And so that feels very real. I know it's like a weird answer perhaps to your question, Peter, but I would not, that's my honest answer. I saw that slide, let me find it, slide 8. To think about the majority of all groups saying somewhat or very familiar, I was just like, well, I think people are familiar with the outcome of the budget, like how it affects them, which makes sense. So that's the piece that I found with the complexity of the regional budget. That's a really high number. So either I've misread the room, which is totally possible, or I need to figure out, because I'm going to use I statements, a better way to communicate some of the complexity with the multiple towns and the assessment methods and all that piece, that all actually ends up impacting the direct experience of our students, families, and staff. Right? These two things, I know in maybe lay terms, they seem really disconnected, right? Like, oh, what assessment method are we using? Right. But in the end of the day, that affects what our class size is. That affects how many sections of electives we're running, all the things that people later on cared about so much. So I guess that's the piece that stood out. I know it's not the perhaps most interesting piece for a lot of people, but for me, that was an interesting data point.
Go ahead, Margaret. Feel free.
I just wanted to say I doubt that they're all sitting out there waiting to see this, but I appreciate that so many people took the time to complete the survey, because we made I think the first 3 questions required and everything was optional, because we felt that a lot of people probably wouldn't go all the way through it. And most of them did. And so really appreciate the fact that people took the time.
Stephen, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing that I keep, that this is the 3rd or 4th time now that we've seen a survey that includes students, and the vocational thing keeps coming up. And if you want to see a school committee member cry at a school committee meeting, we can start talking about the cooking program in the preschool, because I will do it.
Tears of joy, right? That's what we're talking. Does anyone else have any questions or comments on the survey results? All right. So the next subject, the school committee member authority and duties, policy, member advocacy and policy. Before we dig right into this, I just want to remind folks of my previous statement in the call for civility. We can disagree, we can agree, whatever, but I think we need to bear in mind the human factor. And also, for the folks that have said that we shouldn't address this whatsoever, I completely disagree, because I feel like if a member of this body is called out publicly, there should be a forum for them to respond. Right? That's part of it. I also have absolutely no issue. Someone can correct me, and I'm sure this will come up in the conversation if I need to be corrected. But it seems as though this is really, if I read the motion, this is kind of like an affirmation of like our willingness to adhere to a policy that we already should be adhering to. So I don't necessarily see the negative. Anyone else can correct me if I'm wrong here, and I won't take umbrage with being corrected. So, Peter, you were the one that sent it. You can set this up.
Sure. So if you or Mike could share the motion, because this is most of this speaks to that. That would be helpful. So while one of you is bringing that up, I can just talk about it. So I brought this forward out of concerns with how members express disagreement with committee decisions and the protocols that we should follow after decisions are made. Really, with the intent that our policies speak of, which is respect for both individual expression and at the same time rules and protocols around committee collaboration, given that we don't make any decisions outside of what we do here, and then once we make a decision, that's the committee's decision. And so our policies allow members to express disagreement, may express dissent, but I think and whether what we've seen recently rises to this level is a matter of discussion, but I don't think there's debate that there's a difference between expressing one's dissenting view and the reasons for it, and as long as you state that it's your own opinion, versus efforts actively working to oppose the implementation of the committee's decision. In other words, making efforts to prevent it from happening. And that's where I feel like the line is crossed for a committee member. Different for an individual advocate in the community. They're not, when we take this role, we sign up to follow a number of policies, and agree to abide by them. So we have kind of a higher standard there. So there's this dual principle here of, on the one hand, our policies state, and a lot of this is copy paste from the policies, that we must abide by and carry out all committee decisions once they're made. Now that's a pretty general term, right? Abide by, carry out. I don't think anybody would interpret that as we all need to have pom-poms on for every decision, no matter how we voted or feel about it. We all need to be writing op-eds in support. But certainly from my view, making efforts to actively oppose the implementation of a decision once it's been made would violate this principle. And at the same time, it's also stated explicitly that none of these provisions are intended to limit the right and responsibility of members to voice personal views, which maybe at first seem in conflict, but I think with the way that the protocols are spelled out in our policies, they express how to go about this, and we also have procedural rules in place if a member wants to have a motion revisited or reconsidered, and so there's Robert's rules to account for that, and there's agenda planning. So in this case, and I won't be vague about it. My concerns were actions from Ms. Shao, and she had a blog post expressing why she changed her mind on a vote. She makes, so the blog post and the blog makes it very clear that she speaks for herself and not the committee, and provided the reasons and her thinking for it. I don't have that blog itself. While I may have disagreed with the conclusions, I have absolutely no problem with. That I think is an appropriate following of procedure, in which someone has changed their mind about a vote. They want to share that publicly, and they have a right to do so. What feels uncomfortable to me is then taking that to the point of going and making public comment at a town council meeting, right before they're about to decide on this pivotal vote of funding to implement the committee's decision, and actively criticizing the process, the decision making, in an effort to influence the outcome of the vote and thereby undermine the school committee's action. So that to me, it feels like it crosses the line. Like, I feel like if I suddenly changed my mind on the 6th grade to middle school vote, I shouldn't be going to PGOs and asking them to, please advocate to the school committee to stop this from happening, because I've had a change of heart and I feel like we didn't follow all the information and consider all the information that we should have. That to me would be stepping over the line from simply saying, hey, everybody, I've had a change of heart, this is how I feel, and then leaving it at that. The secondary part, I think, as well, and this may have been the heat of the moment, I don't know, is that when Michelle made this public comment at town council, she noted that she was Jennifer Shao, she lives in Amherst, and that was it. There was no, I'm speaking for myself and not the committee. And maybe most of the people there are already aware that she is speaking for herself and not the committee. But I feel like as committee members, it's incumbent on us every time, and this is in our policy as well, that when we, especially when we're speaking in disagreement with the committee's decision, we need to specify that, because we hold elected office. When we're in a public forum, there's a certain level of gravitas, of influence that comes with being an elected official. And so and we want to make sure that if we are speaking just for ourselves, that that's always articulated. So this motion here is just a framework of options for us to consider. Again, I tried to draw mostly from our policies. Real quick, the first one is about refrain from violating the policies about member expectations and duties. I put knowingly in there because, I mean, we have a large bank of policies, right? And it's possible that somebody could sincerely, do something and then unintentionally violate a policy. That's not that's not the intention of this motion. It's not meant to, trap anybody in that kind of, technicality. It's really about, if we're aware of the policies, we're expected to follow them. The next one is like what I just spoke of identifying. Make sure you say you're of yourself and not the committee. The last two, are kind of just creative additions, and I'm totally, open to any suggestions for wording if people are more comfortable. Just about seeking clarification if we get into a situation where we're not sure if an action is in accordance with policy, and then ultimately, maybe there is a situation I'm not thinking of where a member finds that they just can't resolve being able to follow a policy. I think at the very least, the responsibility then is to come forward to the committee. So that's the essence of the motion. And the last two things I'll say is, one, I really felt it was important for us to at least discuss this, because the committee's authority is primarily through policy. We also vote the budget and we do other things. But in terms of our oversight management of the district, it's policy. And if we don't at least, show that we are being mindful that school committee members are following our own school committee members' policy, we can't have the same expectation. And I understand the sincere, tension point of feeling like, it's your conscience and you can't do what the policies require. I don't feel it's practical to get into a situation where, if you simply don't, if you have a feeling and that you can't follow policy, then that's all right. The other thing I'll say too is that, this is very intentionally not crafted as a censure or a reprimand, as has been repeated in the form public comment that we got, and was in a newspaper article. That would be I censure or reprimand specific person for these actions. And I don't feel that that's appropriate. And I very intentionally didn't craft it that way, because this is the first time this is coming up. The member is relatively new, and we should act with the assumption that people are trying to do the right thing. In this case, it seemed fairly clear the member is stating that she's aware of the policy and yet is acting. And so I felt like the very least we could do is to consider what's appropriate in our policies, what is an opportunity to reemphasize, if anything, and see where the committee is.
All right. Could we stop presenting for a second? Not a second, several seconds. And Jennifer, go ahead.
Thank you. Two of my guiding principles as a school committee member are integrity and transparency. So I appreciate that Peter Demling named me as the topic of this agenda item, since it wasn't clear from the posted agenda. Last week, I published a post on my own school committee blog that details these uncontested facts. 1, the regional school committee voted to approve the track and field project with artificial turf. 2, I voted in favor of it. 3, in our deliberations in February and March of this year, we never discussed the environmental or health risks associated with artificial turf. 4, I myself did not do my due diligence in researching artificial turf. Also last week, I gave a public comment during the public comment period at the Amherst Town Council meeting, during which I shared these facts. I was and am aware of the policy and expectation that school committee members support school committee decisions. But when I learned in October that artificial turf carries with it environmental and health risks, and that many other cities and towns in Massachusetts have grappled with the decision of whether or not to use it just this year, I realized that this body failed to consider some very important information when we made our decision. Other cities and towns and other school committees have discussed and debated this topic in public and at length just this year. As I said, I fault myself for not doing my due diligence. When I learned earlier this month that in February, the same month that we were discussing our project, the Nantucket School Committee invited scientists, members of the public, and representatives from Weston and Sampson, the design firm we've been working with on our project, to a public workshop at which the topic of PFAS, a man-made chemical that does not break down and is used in manufacturing the blades of grass and artificial turf, to discuss, ask questions, and get answers on this topic. They held a whole meeting that lasted an hour and 40 minutes just on the topic of PFAS and artificial turf. That was when I realized how badly we had let down our students, the school community, and the public. We didn't even discuss it. We didn't give ourselves and each other and our community the opportunity to learn about PFAS and artificial turf, to hear from experts, and to make an informed decision. To hear tonight that an individual school committee member would say, well, I've been working on this for 3 years and I did my due diligence and you're on your own. I was stunned to hear that. It seems so antithetical to us being one committee who works together for the benefits of our students and our school community. In my public statements about this topic, which you can read online and view through Amherst Media, I have said that we, this body, failed to make a fully informed decision. There has been a lot of talk and reports on social media and in the press about what people are for and against. But I want you to hear directly from me about what I'm for. I'm for making fully informed decisions. I'm for being willing to reconsider a decision when new information comes to light. The ability to take in information and then change your mind based on it is a key element of critical thinking. And critical thinking is a key goal of education. I didn't have significant and pertinent information when I voted in favor of the project. We as a public body did not discuss significant and pertinent facts before making our decision, and my integrity would not allow me to stay silent on that. As for whether or not I violated school committee policy, well, first, an individual does not surrender their First Amendment rights when they become a school committee member. In fact, policy BBAA explicitly states this, quote, none of these provisions is intended to limit the right and responsibility of individual members to voice personal views on issues relating to the school district. And policy BCA specifically allows for members to express disagreement with a school committee decision. Quote, if an individual school committee member wishes to express disagreement with a voted decision publicly, they must make it clear that they speak only for themselves, and they should also state the committee's voted decision. I was in compliance with our policies when I described the facts about the school committee's decision on this project. There may be those who don't like what I had to say and are unhappy that I said what I did, but I will not be bullied into silence. I also do not need to be patronized as a new school committee member. I will rely on my values of integrity and transparency to guide my actions. I would like to ask my fellow school committee members, why didn't we talk about this back in February and March? If you were aware of the environmental and health risks of artificial turf then, why didn't you bring it up? If you were not aware, do you also feel that we should have talked about it? My feeling is that if we had talked about this, if this body had had the robust discussion that we should have had before we voted, we could be in a very different place right now. Those are my comments for now.
Thank you. Allison, go ahead.
I appreciate hearing your perspective, and I also appreciate, Ben, your teeing up of this conversation of sort of reminding us to be civil. And reminding also that this proposed motion is really us sharing and sort of restating our commitment to following our own policy. That's all. There is, you know, as Peter described, there are some specific actions. We all have different perspectives on it. And I appreciate that your perspective, Jennifer, is very different than Peter's, very different from any one of the others of us, perhaps. But that's not what we're talking about, is whether we agree with you or agree with Peter. That's not what this is about. This is about whether we agree and are going to uphold our own policies. The policies do not say, as you've just restated for our benefit, does not say we give up our First Amendment rights. Nobody's saying that, and nobody's asking any one of us to do that. And I think that that is a rhetorical stretch that frankly is inappropriate in this conversation, because that is not what is on the table. That is not what we're talking about. It's about taking action that, you know, are we going to uphold our own policies to not undermine the decisions of the school committee? If we can't uphold that particular policy, then we sort of undermine our entire ability to function and make decisions. You know, the power of our decisions at that point, any one of us could at some point decide that we have a significant change of heart or change of mind, and just not carry out our decisions. And you know, it sort of begins to fall apart if we ignore our own norms and our own policies. And as Peter pointed out, if we're not following our own policies, or at least signaling to the community that we uphold the policies that we have, then there's no incentive for anybody to believe that they should be following our policies and our decisions going forward. It is a slippery slope, but I just want to restate, there's nothing in this motion that suggests that anybody's trying to curtail any one of our rights to free speech. And we're all well within our rights of expressing that. And I think in our last conversation, we did talk about that. And the appropriate steps were taken in terms of asking us to reconsider and asking us to have this discussion again this week at this meeting. That is a totally appropriate way to express sort of this decision and sort of regret in the decision, or a change of mind or a change of thought on a decision that we've made, is to bring it back to this committee for us to discuss, wrangle, and figure out what the majority of this committee wants to do with that. It is not to go to another body and advocate for them to take action that would undermine the decision before this committee has had an opportunity to wrangle with that decision and consider whether we do want to reconsider. And so by taking that particular action, that does undermine the ability of the school committee, and it undermines, frankly, the action that was already in play at that point for us. And you and Margaret requested that we continue discussing this and reconsider that decision. And that was on the agenda. That was put on the agenda. So I'm in favor of this motion, because all it's saying is that we're signaling and saying out loud to each other that we're going to abide by our own policies and our own approach to decision making and working together. And I just want to say, harmonious does not mean we don't have any difficult conversations. Calling out each other for disagreement, or you know, not abiding by our agreed norms and having difficult conversations about our norms, does not mean that we're not being quote unquote harmonious. Because if that were the case, then we're squelching all free conversation and free discussion during our meetings. So I think harmonious is, as our chair Ben has reminded us, is that we're going to be civil when we're having these conversations, and civil when we're disagreeing with each other.
Thank you. Margaret?
I'm going to express my opinion about the motion, which is I don't really understand why we have to have a motion to vote to follow our policies.
Open the queue so I get this 100% right here. So Jennifer and then Peter.
It's so interesting. Peter said he very carefully worded this motion. I was also very careful in what I said in both my blog post and in my town council comment. I haven't actually ever said publicly whether I support artificial turf or not. And in my comments to the town council, I did not advocate for them to vote one way or the other. I gave them information that is publicly available about what this body did and didn't discuss. Publicly available in that if you went back and watched our March meeting, you would know, but who wants to watch several hours of a school committee meeting? I did follow our policies, and I agree with Margaret that we don't need a motion to say that we're going to follow our policies. That's it for now.
Peter, go ahead.
I mean, just briefly answer the question. I mean, the reason why I feel like a motion is appropriate is because there's been activity that I think is concerning, and I don't feel like a formal censure or reprimand or what have you is the appropriate way. To answer a few things that have come up. So one, I mean, I understand if you don't believe me, Michelle, and I'm going to keep last names right now, by the way, not to be flippant, but just because I feel like it helps the conversation be more civil if we can do that. It feels less personal. I did not mean this to be patronizing when I said new school committee member. I was trying to be fair, but I understand if that's, you know, if you don't believe that that's what was my intention. You know, as far as First Amendment, I mean, I agree with Ms. McDonald that is pretty flippantly thrown around in these discussions. Maybe not in this discussion right here, but certainly in public comment. I mean, no one is stopping anybody from violating school committee policy in their actions in public comment. No one's going to arrest you for doing that. You know, but actions have consequences, right? And so if you are a member of a board and you agree to follow the norms and procedures, and you knowingly violate those norms and procedures, then the board might want to discuss it, right? About how we manage that. I think in terms of First Amendment, in terms of, like, you know, technically, did you actually violate policy? Well, for sure, on the point of making sure that you always say, especially when you're speaking to other boards in a potential advocacy role, that you speak for yourself and not the committee. If you go to an hour and 44 minutes or an hour and 43 and 50 something seconds of the Amherst Town Council's YouTube video 1121 meeting, you very clearly say, and I'll just try and get it exactly, that you're Jennifer Shaw and you live in Amherst, and that's your only preface for that. You did go on to state the committee's decision, but that's all that you stated, and that's not appropriate. And if that was, again, like I said before and earlier in my comments, if that was heat of the moment, you just forgot, that's totally understandable, which is why I didn't think any kind of direct censure is appropriate. But I do think if we're going to have, you know, more, you know, this is probably not the last meeting we're going to talk about the track, right? And if there are other actions to happen in the future, we need to all be on the same page about what we all feel is okay to do in our individual expression of dissent, which again, it seems like we are all in agreement because it's in the policy is protected. But it's how you go about that, right? For me, it strains credibility to believe that you don't have an opinion on turf versus grass and that you just went to the town council wanting them to have information. I have a hard time feeling that that's a genuine position, that your desire wasn't to influence the vote in an advocacy role. I feel like if that's allowed, then where do you draw the line? Like if I'm standing outside of Shutesbury town meeting with a sign, you know, sticking in people's faces, but I never actually say don't vote for the budget, is that me abiding by the committee's decision and upholding the will of the committee? I would say no. You know, even if technically it's not, you know. So I think, but I think it raises a good point that a lot of this does come up to the spirit of what these things intend. And I think the spirit, as far as I understand, and if other committee members feel like this, I think we should express it, is that yes, you should express your opinion. You can express your opinion after the committee's has made their motion, the vote. As long as you say it's your opinion, you can share your reasons. Again, no one's objecting to what you did with your blog post, which is completely appropriate. But to work against the implementation, you know, we've had concerning examples in the past in town of committee members actively opposing large municipal projects after the committee has voted, even if maybe they never said I actively oppose the project. And that's concerning, and that behavior we shouldn't be doing that as school committee members. And that's not trying to bully anybody or squelch dissent or First Amendment rights. That's the way the committee action works. And you know, it's different. It's different than being an individual outside of a committee, you know, without any bounds or protocols or policies.
Is there anyone who hasn't weighed in that has an opinion they would like to share here? All right. So the input I have is as follows. So, and I'm only going to speak to the motion. I'm not going to speak to anybody's intent or any of those things, right? Like, I'm not a soothsayer. I can't do that. The one suggestion I would have is that maybe we should take out the "in light of recent activity" part, right? Like, I'm willing to affirm my adherence to our policy just because it's Tuesday, if need be, right? Like, I have no problem with that whatsoever. But based on the discussion and kind of everything that's come out right here, it seems less like it doesn't have something to do with Jennifer here. If we're saying in light of recent activity, it kind of puts this all on her. And to be honest, I think we should all be reminded of what the policies are as often as possible. Go ahead, Craig.
And I would agree with you. Or as an alternative, to remove the "please refrain" paragraph and just stick with "state they speak on behalf of themselves," and then the last two parts perhaps eliminate. I think either one is an alternative. See what I mean? Because in light of recent activity, I mean, Peter's pointing out the primary concern is that he didn't think, he noted that Jennifer did not identify herself as a school committee member speaking for herself. That's very specific. So perhaps that is in light of recent events. Okay. But I appreciate, Ben, your perspective in trying to remove the personal approach from it so those are two ways of looking at
it. Yeah. Peter, go ahead.
I move that the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee reminds all members to please follow school committee policies concerning member duties and responsibilities, including the expectation that members abide by and carry out all committee decisions once they're made. State they speak on behalf of themselves and not the committee, and state the committee's voted decision when expressing disagreement with the committee's action. Seek clarification from the chair if policy interpretation is needed, and request expressed formal permission of the committee for an exception if unable to comply with policy.
Craig, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Never mind. I was just going to repeat never mind. It doesn't matter.
I second.
Moved by Peter, seconded by Allison. Jennifer?
So let's see. When I said, my name's Jennifer Shaw, I live in Amherst, that is because it is standard practice for town council public comments to say your name and where you live. So I got used to saying that. It could not have been more clear that I was speaking for myself, because our chair and vice chair, Ben and Sarah Bess, as well as Allison McDonald, were invited to be in the room and at the table at this discussion of the track and field project. I was not invited to be in the room. None of the rest of us were invited to be in the room. Our chair and vice chair and Ms. McDonald were invited to be in the room. I inquired of the town council president why that was, and she informed me that as a regional school committee member, I was welcome to give a comment at public comment. So that's what I did. I gave my public comment in the general public comment, not as a representative of the school committee, because I was not invited to be a representative of the school committee. So I just wanted to clarify that's why that comment happened the way it did. It was part of the general public comment period, and it could not have been more clear that I was not speaking on behalf of the committee because I wasn't invited to be at the table. So I hope that my fellow school committee members will vote against this motion. It does seem to have been watered down. It doesn't name me personally. We're taking out in light of recent activity. But as has been stated, we don't need a motion to agree to follow policies. And if this motion passes, it does feel personal. We wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't be having this discussion if there weren't serious concerns about my about my sharing facts. So I will be voting against it, and I invite my fellow school committee members to join me in voting against it.
Real quick, I saw your hand go up and then go right back down. Craig, was that intentional? Comment? No
Yeah,
comment.
it was. Sorry.
No problem. Allison, go ahead.
I just want to comment on the bit about stating that we speak on behalf of ourselves and not the committee. That's actually a pretty important line. And even in situations where we assume that it's obvious to people, it's super, super important to state that for the record. Because even when we think it's obvious, by not saying that, the recipient, the audience, is going to react in the sense they're not dissociating that bit until you tell them, or I tell them specifically, to separate the fact that I'm on the school committee from the fact of what I'm about to say. And so it's sort of that thorn in your shoe, right? That sort of reminds people, oh, right, this is Allison speaking on behalf of Allison, not in her role as school committee. It's why we're required to state that when we email school staff, administrators or teachers on behalf of our children, that we state that in the front of our emails that say we're emailing in our role as a parent or guardian and not in our role as the school committee. It's super important just to put that out there, to clear the air and make sure that people are aware and can separate those two facts. So I do think that that's important for us to remind ourselves and to make sure that we're practicing that in every opportunity, especially when we think it's obvious to our audience that we are speaking on our personal behalf. That is when it's most important, in my personal opinion.
Real quick, anyone who hasn't opined yet, does anybody else want to make a statement, ask a clarifying question, anything? All right, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Allison said, so I won't repeat it all. And I mean, I do think it could have been more clear. Like, you could have said, "I speak for myself and not the committee." That's how it's made clear. I mean, if you felt like you had to just say, "I'm Jennifer Shaw and I live in Amherst," because and the town council wouldn't let you say it, then that's one thing. I don't know what was. But it's by the by, because again, this is to state it like for the fourth or fifth time. This is not meant to be punitive. This is like a reminder of our shared expectations. And moreover, the reason why I feel like we need a motion to follow the policies is that it doesn't sound like, from the discussion, and this is just my perception, that we are all unanimous that we should abide by and carry out all committee decisions once they're made, even if we feel like the discussion leading to the vote wasn't sufficient. I mean, most the core argument that I got about, you know, why justification for knowingly violating the policy is that there was all this new information and information that wasn't considered, and you know, comments about the quality. So it's okay, but then that opens the door for every other person and every other member in future committees to say, well, I don't have to follow this policy because in my opinion there wasn't sufficient information discussed. And so, and, you know, and that's all you have to say. And so I don't think we want to go there. And you know, I think that there are ways. You can still abide by the protocols of what the policies allow and empower, which is the individual expression of dissent in publicly with all the stated reasons as strongly as you stated it in your blog post, without then going the extra mile of engaging in that kind of advocacy behavior. And without saying, well, there's a justifiable reason for violating, like that's why the fourth part is in there. I mean, if you really feel like, you know, I shouldn't speak individually. If one really feels, you know, a super conflict, it should come up here, right? It should come here. And then if one still wants to change the outcome of something that was previously voted, then we have those Robert's Rules procedures of reconsideration and agenda planning and everything that goes along with that.
Jennifer, go ahead.
I just wanted to remind the committee that I did bring this up at our November 17th meeting as the minutes reflected, and I was shot down by my fellow committee members claiming that it wasn't on the agenda. So I did attempt to bring it up, and it was not a fruitful attempt. So I've been accused of being disingenuous in what I've said tonight, but I think that the maker of this motion is also being disingenuous in saying that it's not personal. I think this is very personal. And I didn't knowingly violate the school committee policy as has been reported about myself. I shared facts. I shared the facts of what happened in our decision making. And I don't accept that I knowingly violated any policies.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything to add to this? I feel like we've beaten the horse dead and then dead again. All right, we'll take a roll call vote then. So, Craig?
Craig, nay.
Sarah Bess?
I'm sorry, I have a quick clarifying question.
Yep.
Was there an amendment to change what was originally written to I'm sorry, I don't.
Yep, Peter,
That was never seconded.
Say again?
I don't think the first read of the motion was ever seconded. I think it was just a read. And so then Peter made a motion and Allison seconded. That's how I recall it.
Yeah. You want to clarify, Peter?
Yeah. So when I read the motion, I read it with the amended language. So I did. So the motion in the PDF, right in the document, was never made. So when I read it, if you have it in front of you, I skipped "in light of recent activity," and I replaced "refrain from knowingly violating" to "follow" in the motion. So that's so the full beginning of the motion is the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee reminds all members to please follow school committee policies concerning yada yada. That's the motion on the table.
Right. So Sarah Bess, on you.
Sarah Bess, aye.
Allison?
Allison, aye.
Margaret?
Margaret, no.
Stephen?
Stephen, no.
Jennifer?
Jennifer, no.
Peter?
Peter, aye.
And Ben, I will abstain from this vote. So motion fails with 4 no votes, 3 yeas, and 1 abstention. All right. We will move on to policy update, ironically. Mike, go ahead.
Given the hour, I'm wondering if we can push the policy aspects to our next meeting, just 4 hours straight with no breaks. I don't know how anyone else is feeling, but I think there's nothing in the policies that I view as can't wait, but I'm happy to be out, be corrected if the committee feels differently.
Yep, Peter.
That's my understanding as well. I think the only thing I would note is if people want to make it of the many policies here, take a look at the service animals one in preparation for next meeting. That was the only one that I got a sense of, we had an update we wanted to make and move forward on. But it wasn't urgent, doesn't have to be voted tonight.
All right, so we'll move on to future agenda planning. Can you share that, Mike? Oh, Jennifer, go ahead.
Oh, no, I have a comment about future agenda planning.
Oh, okay.
But if Mike's going to share something, I can wait.
I think you can go, but it's in the documents in board docs.
Okay. I would love to get an update from the boosters on their fundraising. I feel like I've been curious about how they're doing with the heavy lift that we asked them to do. So if we could get an update at our next meeting, which I think is December 20th, if that's right, in advance of the January meeting, just to see where we are, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah. Perfect. Does anyone else have any agenda items to add to the next meeting? Peter?
If agenda space allows, some brief discussion about returning to in-person meetings.
That's on there, at least tentatively now. We'll just have to see if it's probably an over full agenda. So I think we'll have to just adjust. Ben and I will take a look at these and try to right size some agenda items. But right now that's listed on there.
Allison.
I don't know if I misheard or misunderstood Peter's request, but is it to discuss meeting in person or to meet in person at our next meeting? Because I was going to ask if that meeting will be in person, or
I want to get out of the meeting and I don't know how.
Oh,
I was worried. Sorry.
Peter?
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically it was asking for an agenda item to discuss it, but I mean, I'm happy to meet in person, but I don't want to get into talking about what we want to. I don't know, if people feel like it needs to be an agenda item, if any one person feels like it needs to be discussed, then certainly I'm happy to support that. If everybody's just like, we don't need it to be an agenda item, let's just meet in person, then that's fine by me.
Yeah, I would just say, based on feedback I've received already from regional members, I think it'd be a good, worthy conversation to have.
All right. Does anyone else have anything to add for the next agenda? You can feel free to email me. And
I think Sarah Bess's hand went up.
I missed that. Sorry. Go ahead, Sarah Bess.
I'm sure warrant report will be on the meeting, but can we have that very early in the meeting? Because I would hate for our vendors to not want to play with us anymore because payment is taking so long.
I am absolutely in favor of front loading that on the agenda. Allison?
Yeah, I noticed that we have the new courses at the high school on the agenda, and that is a fabulous item. One of the best meetings of the year, typically, and it's typically pretty long, even when we try to make it shorter. So I'm just wondering this is a packed agenda. And so I'm just would ask if we can consider moving any non-urgent topics that don't have to be done before December 31st to the January meeting.
Yeah, I think Ben and I will try to right size the agenda that way and push some to January that are less urgent. I agree with you. I don't want that to lose muster or start really late and those teachers have to be at work the next morning and all those pieces. So I appreciate that perspective, and that's something that Ben and I will take on.
Perfect. Anyone else have anything to add? All right, so we'll move on to accepting of gifts. Is there anyone who wants to read the single gift at this late hour? Oh, thank you. Peter, go ahead.
I move to accept the following gift from the National Society of High School Scholars, check number 20482, to support high school at principal's discretion award for Deidre Cuffey Gray academic related expenses. See attached in the amount of $1,000.
I'll second that. So moved by Peter, seconded by me. Take a roll call vote. Craig?
Craig, aye.
Peter?
Peter, aye.
Jennifer?
Jennifer, I.
Stephen?
Stephen, aye.
Margaret?
Margaret, I.
Allison?
Allison, I.
Sarah Bess?
Sarah Bess, aye.
And Ben, I. Passes unanimously. All right, so oh God, this is so strange. Let me read this. All right, I'm gonna try to read this and not stumble through it, but the regional school committee will now consider entering executive session in accordance with open meeting law, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, to conduct collective bargaining sessions and to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation of APEA, and if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares, and to approve minutes in accordance with open meeting law, Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 22, with no intention of returning to open session. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, so seconded by,
got it first.
yeah, so we will take a quick roll call vote here. Sarah Bess?
I think that was Sarah Bess. Sarah Bess, aye.
Allison?
Allison, I.
Margaret? Oh,
Margaret, I.
Stephen?
Stephen, aye.
Jennifer?
Jennifer, I.
Peter?
Peter, aye.
Craig?
Craig, aye.
And Ben, I. We will move to executive session.